Prayer, please, lady, come here.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Principal ma'am is also there, sir. Our principal has arrived.
Good morning,
Good
madam.
morning.
Good morning,
Good
sir.
morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, sir. Great minds always discuss ideas. Yes, here we have cluster of intellectual minds to initiate the everlasting discourse. From the bottom of my heart, I extend my warm welcome to the chief guests, chairpersons, paper presenters, and all the participants to our international conference on the topic Borders, Bodies, and Belongings, the Global South in Literature and Theory. Here we go with prayer is the key of the morning and bolt of the evening, says Mohandas Karamchand Gandhiji. Yes, it's time to invoke the Lord Almighty. I call upon our college choir to guide us in prayer.
God will make a way where there seems to be no way. He works in way we cannot see. He will make a way for me. He will be my guide. Hold me closely to his side. With love and strength for each new day, he will make a way. He will make a way. Oh, God will make a way where there seems to be no way. He works in way we cannot see. He will make a way for me. He will be my guide. Hold me closely to his side. With love and strength for each new day, he will make a way. He will make a way.
Thank you, girls, for your soulful rendition. Next, welcome where the smile never fades and the joy is contagious. With immense pleasure, I call upon the veteran of the department, the woman behind all the hard work, our respectable head of the department, Dr. J. Jayalakshmi, to welcome the virtual gathering.
Honored Principal, Dr. M. John Sirani, esteemed Chief Guest, Dr. S.A. Tamimul Ansari, respected chairpersons from other colleges, Dr. Vasigi Ma'am, Dr. Sandra Karmal Ma'am, Dr. Kavita Ma'am, Dr. Kausalya Ma'am, Dr. Venkat Subramanian Sir, and chairpersons from our college, and beloved faculty members of our college and various other colleges, dear students, scholars, participants, a pleasant morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank the Almighty for having graced us with such a wonderful program. It's my great pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to this international conference on borders, bodies, and belongings, Global South in Literature and Theory, hosted by Govindammal Aditanar College for Women, Tiruchendur. Today, we have gathered here to explore the ways in which literature, culture, and theory from Global South to speak to questions of identity, displacement, marginality, and belonging, issues that transcend geography and touch the shared human experience. We are deeply honored to have among us the respected principal, Dr. M. John Sirani Ma'am, whose perennial guidance, support, indomitable spirit, and magnificent erudition have motivated us for such a glorious function. Her vision for fostering academic excellence continues to inspire us. On behalf of our department, I extend a warm welcome to you, ma'am. Then, a special welcome goes to our distinguished chief guest, Dr. S.A. Tamimul Ansari Saab, whose contributions and scholarship to literature have been a beacon for students, researchers, and thinkers worldwide. He is an accomplished academician, multilingual educator with over 28 years of university level teaching experience across India, Libya, and South Africa. He has an extensive background in ESL and EFL, second language acquisition, discourse studies, and academic and technical writing. Dr. Ansari has authored 5 academic books, contributed 40 scholarly articles, delivered 58 keynote lectures, supervised 12 PhD scholars, and evaluated 20 international doctoral theses. He has also served in corporate training, curriculum design, and policy drafting. He has held several administrative positions such as research coordinator and chairman of curriculum committee in Jazan University. He currently serves as professor and head Department of English, English and Literary Studies at Brainwa University, Kolkata, West Bengal. We feel honored and proud to have such an erudite scholar as our keynote speaker. In fact, we have to thank the Almighty for having given us such a wonderful guest speaker. On behalf of our college and on behalf of our department, I extend a red carpet welcome to you, sir. Then I'd like to welcome all the faculty members of our department and the faculty members of various colleges. Then I'd like to welcome the scholars, students, and participants. On behalf of our college, I once again extend a warm and wholehearted welcome to each one of you. May this conference be a space of productive dialogue, fresh insights, and enduring collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your evergreen welcome. Then, a leader is one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. Here, we have our path maker, trendsetter, the real lighthouse for all wandering boats, and leader, our respected principal, Dr. M. Jansrani, to give all the important presidential address.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. S.A. Damunul Ansari, Professor and Head, Department of English, Brainware University, Kolkata, West Bengal. Respected Head of the Department, honored faculty members of various colleges, beloved faculty members of our college, research scholars, and my dear participants. I take an immense pleasure and pride in seeing that members of staff, scholars, and students of different places have gathered here together for this one-day international conference on borders, bodies, and belongings, the global South in literature and theory. I want to say a few words about our college. Govindammal Aditanar College for Women is situated in Tiruchendur, southern part of Tamil Nadu, India. It was established in 1987 by Padma Shri Dr. B. Sivandi Aditan with a magnificent mission of educating and empowering women, especially those from rural and underrepresented black backgrounds. The college has grown into a center of academic excellence and social progress with 11 UG programs and 6 PG programs and 1 research department. Committed to reach the unreached, the college not only impacts a dynamic and inclusive learning atmosphere, but also instill cultural awareness, ethical responsibility, and global viewpoints in the students. This conference aspires to create a rational space for the scholars and students to engage with critical and creative ideas emerging from post-colonial and decolonial context. Let this conference not only deepen our understanding of literature and theory, but also remind us of our collective responsibility to dismantle structure of exclusion and to image new forms of belonging. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend my warmest wishes for a fruitful exchange of ideas. May this conference inspire not only academic collaboration but also incorporate a unity among us forever. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your inspiring words. It's my great pleasure and privilege to invite the torch bearer of intelligence, epitome of wisdom, the powerhouse of discourse, an example of humbleness, master of emotional quotient and intelligent quotient. He is a scholar who can handle both literature and linguistics with same energy and essence. I call upon the real social scientist, Dr. S.A. Tamimul Ansari, to give a keynote address.
Good morning to everyone. Please confirm if my voice is clear. I'd like to share my screen. Is my voice clear to you?
Yes, sir, you're
Yes,
audible,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How
Audible.
about this? How about the screen I'm sharing? Can you see that?
Yes.
Yes,
Can
sir,
you
it is
see the
visible,
changing
sir.
of the screen? Yeah, is that okay? Good to go
Yes,
now?
sir.
I'm changing the screen slides. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Fine. So now, as you understand, well, it being an online session, sometimes I'm not sure whether the other people on the other side be able to follow me or not. And in case if something goes wrong with me, kindly text me or send me a message so that I'll be able to adjust it if I were to do something from my side. So it's a note. It's a note of caution before I start the session. Well, warm greetings to everyone, and thank you for this wonderful opportunity. It's an absolute pleasure to get back to your institution. Quite often, I long to get myself associated with you. Thank you for that. Greetings to all of you. And I know that I'm not going to start this session with a very formal note. I know I'm not a well-organized person because I'll be disappointing you if you expect me to be too formal. Um, my first thanks that goes to the principal of the college, as you rightly pointed out, that she's been taking lots of efforts to um, keep the flag of that college, flying high. Salutes to her. Also, thanks to the organizing committee, all members who actually worked hard for this particular conference. Thank you to you. And the scholars actually watching this program, students over there, and friends from different parts of the globe watching this online. Thank you to everyone. Welcome to all of you. Uh, with this brief note, uh, I like to reflect on first of all the theme of this particular conference. Uh, I have a special appreciation to the organizing committee members for having identified a theme which is extremely important, which is very critical, conceptually and thematically relevant. This theme is uh, borders, bodies, and belonging, global Southern literature and theory. That's why, at the outset, before I get into the details of this presentation, I like to thank all of you for this particular this contribution. At least the idea that we got to work on global Southern literature, we got to reflect on borders, bodies, and belonging, how these three different dimensions, getting reflected in global South literature, application of theory, how far theory going to help us in understanding, promoting understanding, and all these things are really great, for which I think I should thank the organizing committee members. Now, let me actually focus on the theme of this particular conference, and then I'll talk about the structure of a presentation. I'm very much conscious of one thing. I know that the audience over there, they come from different backgrounds. I know there are lots of teachers in university level and people who are teaching in different colleges. Also, I know that there are lots of postgraduate students and undergraduate students too. So I need to cater to the needs and demands of this cultural, multilingual expectations. Also, people from different background having different understanding of the theories, different orientations of literature. They're all actually listening to us. So I want this presentation to be general, but at the same time, in an attempt to be too general, I don't want to liquidate the seriousness of this. I don't want to miss the point here, but I want this to be general in the sense that so that all our concerns and all our demands can be accommodated in this particular presentation. So forgive me if some professors actually got lots of understanding of this area. Then if I'm not going, to that level of expectation, this is the reason why I don't want to go to that level. I just want to start with something very fundamental and elementary. I'll try to structure this presentation. I try to build up this argument as we run through these slides. So now that's the reason why I want this presentation to be general, but at the same time not too general. I want it to be focused, particularly in terms of interpreting the issues in Global South literature, kinds of problems and challenges discussed in Global South literature, and then the theoretical orientation in understanding Global South literature. Also, I will be challenging the application of theory. That is also an important dimension in my presentation. I like to make one important point. I do not know how many of you would agree with me that today literature has been hijacked. It has been hijacked by theories. So what we do in literature classes, we don't teach literature at all. We don't help our students enjoy literature. Students actually who join our courses with lots of expectations and fun and all, now they have been bombarded with lots of theories. I want you to understand why these theories actually came into picture. So that's an important argument in my presentation. So I like to say that insertion of theory, I like to call theory as a kind of prosthesis. Prosthesis is an artificial implant. It's something that has been inserted so that we would be able to stand on that supporting leg. So it's a prosthesis that has been inserted to literature study. The reason is that when there was a question of the relevance and legitimacy of literature department, the literature department is not at all contributing to social concerns and cause. At that time, there was a fear that the funds supposed to have been allotted to the department would have been withheld. So at that point of time, the scholars actually come forward and say, come on, don't do that. And we are also equally responsible. And now what we did at the time, we inserted this prosthesis, which is actually theory. And that's how we started getting into theoretical orientation. Now we completely forgot literature. Now we talk about only theories. So that's an issue that we need to understand. So this is to tell you that literature has been hijacked. I'll get back to this discussion a little later. Now, let's look at the three important concepts. Borders, bodies, and belonging. Borders, bodies, and belonging, these three are three different dimensions of understanding Global South literature. All these three, borders, bodies, and belonging, appear to be different, appear to be scattered, but all these things actually connected in one way or other. So what I mean by border is not actually geographical border. Border, by which I mean, it is a kind of division that has been caused by post-colonial experience of subjugation. By the way, I want you to understand what we mean by Global South. Global South, please understand, Global South is not a territory. Global South is not something that you could find in a map. It's not a territory. Global South is a category. It's a category wherein you find countries located in Southern Hemisphere, Asia, Africa, Latin America, Caribbean islands, and Middle East. These countries, they have common experience, shared experience of post-colonial subjugation, post-colonial conditions. So all these nations and countries and colonies having that experience of subjugation that category is Global South. So Global South should not be looked at from the point of view of geography. It's not geographical division. It is actually a categorization. This categorization is because of the post-colonial division, the experience. So how people come together in Global South. Nations actually come together in Global South on one important condition. The condition is that you must have experienced this post-colonial division. So all of us subjugated, all of us, discriminated against, all of us will come together and form a nation. See, there is a concept called fourth world literature. Fourth world is actually a world which is beyond the borders, which is a world that we all have constructed. In that world, we find people of different areas, different countries and continents. We all come together on one particular condition. That was that we all have got shared experience of suffering and subjugation. So that fourth world is Global South. So Global South is not something beyond geography. It is something that has been created based on the experience of post-colonial realities. Then, bodies are the effect of this post-colonial division on our bodies. The effect of borders on our bodies, and I'll be quoting, if possible, biopolitics, Michel Foucault's argument on that, how our bodies are being exploited because of that. Necropolitics talks about, who shall be permitted to live, who shall be allowed to die, kind of protection of death, how the machinery is actually manufacturing death by creating conditions horrible, unpredictable. So the effect of post-colonial division on our body, that is called border. Then the effect of borders and bodies on belonging. Now, what is this sense of belonging? Sense of identity, sense of association, sense of ownership, sense of community. So borders are, as a result of post-colonial divisions, the effect of the border on bodies, the effect of borders on belonging to. So belonging is in the level of consciousness, bodies, that is in the level of physical suffering. Also, it is also connected to the identity construction, and borders are division. So if you look at this theme, these three ideas, borders, belonging, and bodies, these three different dimensions. One is experience bringing people together, that is border. The effect of that experience on our body, which is suffering in physical level, again leading to identity construction. The third level, which is it is the level of our mind and consciousness, the effect of that affecting our sense of belongingness, sense of nationhood, sense of displacement. So all these three are well connected. So now, I'm sorry I've taken a lot of time to explain to you the key ideas. Now let's get into the flow of presentation. What is that I'm going to do in this presentation? I'll start with the background information, the Global South. I'll try to define Global South. Then I'll argue that Global South as a narrative, how Global South is actually gaining agency today, how it is actually coming out with powerful narrative to challenge the kind of construction that has been built around. And then two major forces sweeping across Global South, transition and transmission, how Global South actually transforms itself and how Global South engages with the rest of the world in terms of transmitting its indigenous knowledge. Then important writers and themes, and I'll be choosing writers based on my own convenience and interest. And then I'll ask some questions in challenges, and then questions we find in Global South literature. I'll be raising these questions towards the end. The strategies and conclusion, how Global South actually devising strategies to encounter that kind of imposition. And then how can we conclude this? So this is going to be flow of presentation. Let me start with the background information. I think we need to go back to 20th century. If you look at 20th century, if I were to summarize our present condition today, particularly understanding Global South, the start point is we need to understand what happened in 20th century. I would say 20th century is remarkably creative, but dangerously destructive. Why do I say that? Because in 20th century, all major inventions and discoveries took place. If you look at history, you understand man traveled from bicycle to cyberspace, but without bypassing nuclear bomb explosion. Imagine the inventions and discoveries between bicycle, invention of cycle, wheel, and cyberspace. All these major things happened during 20th century. So it was a kind of manufacturing bonanza. All things happened, but it seriously threatened our environment. We caused a huge challenge. Are you here? Is any
Excuse
problem?
me, sir.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. Just a minute.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sir, can you show the screen to the full screen?
My God, what happened to you? Is it okay?
The slide
Can you see me
must be
now?
shown on the full screen, sir, so that it will be more visible, more clear.
Oh, I'm sorry. 1 minute. All right. I don't know. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do. Full screen. I don't know. I'm sorry. I think I get stuck up somewhere here. Side slow. Yeah. Is that okay?
Okay,
That's
sir.
fine.
Okay, sir. Now it's
Oh,
okay.
thank you.
Okay.
Wow, thank you very much. Yeah. All right, great. Yeah, I was talking about 20th century. So I said, remarkably creative but dangerously destructive. All major inventions and discoveries happened during all major things, imagine all things of time. But it seriously threatened our environment. We are facing lots of ecological crises today, ecological imbalances created. So all these things, if you look at, this is the summary of 20th century. So major inventions, major discoveries, and all, it's a manufacturing bonanza, but at the same time, we threaten seriously our environment. But with these problems, when you look towards 21st century, in 21st century, we find four major challenges. The first challenge is protecting biodiversity. We are actually facing this condition, the condition of, how the earth is changing. This is called, kind of the damage that we've done to the planet. There is a discussion on page to planet. If we need to write for the planet, we need to do something to protect this planet. So the first one is protecting biodiversity. Assume, we all think that man at the center. We are nowhere at the center. I think, all life forms matter. So the biggest challenge in 21st century is that protecting biodiversity, environmental crisis. The second one is we need to establish equitable economy based on fairness and justice. If you understand today, countries have been exploited because of this economic inequality. There was a systemic failure resulting in economic inequality, and because of that exploitation happening over there. So protecting biodiversity is one challenge. The second one, establishing global equitable economy based on justice and fairness. If you look at the way how countries have been exploited, how the colonial powers, neo-colonial powers, how they are exploiting our conditions. They're exploiting conditions through our pitiable situation, sometimes through economy, because trade that really matters. Economy comes into play. In foreign policy, that plays an important role. So we need to look at this aspect too. The third major challenge is forces of discrimination. We need to fight against all sorts of ideologies which discriminate one person from other, one community from other. All humans, should be treated equally. That kind of, ideological peddling, ideologies that have been promoted, which are resulting in discrimination, giving dehumanizing treatment to others. So this is a major problem. We need to fight against that force. And again, forces of delimitation, such as hunger, poverty, unemployment. So to put it in proper perspective, 21st century, the major challenges are or 5. 20, protecting biodiversity, then establishment of global equitable economy based on justice and fairness, and fight against the forces of discrimination and fight against the forces of delimitation. Now, wait a minute. Why did I talk about all these things? If you look at if you look at these 5 major challenges, right? Sorry, 4 major challenges: biodiversity, economy, crisis related to that, discrimination, all sorts of ideologies, and then delimiting forces. All these challenges are directly related to, linked to post colonial experience. So, the experience of post colonial condition, the 4 things I said, economic, the crisis related to diversity, protecting biodiversity, establishment of global equitable economy, and then forces of discrimination and forces of delimitation. These 4 challenges are connected, related, linked to post-colonial experience. And it is that experience going to define what is global south. That's why I'm connecting that to this global south definition. So the experience of post-colonial condition, I talked about the 4 challenges. That experience actually bring the nations together and they form global south. That's why global south, I repeat here, not a geographical marker or indicator, but it is a categorization. This categorization is in the level of politics or in the level of economics, which means economically, politically, nations categorize. So it's a category. So now, what are the nations, what are the countries located in this particular global south? If you look at them, you will find countries, nations located in southern hemisphere, countries in Africa, Asia, Latin America, Caribbean islands, Middle East, and so on and so forth. Even beyond these, you have even countries and nations which are across all these categories, but they have experience of this post-colonial condition. So now what happened, the discussion today, the discussion is that, shall we limit global south within this category? The answer is no. These categories are required. We need to understand, in a concrete manner, the kind of experience these countries have been subjected to, but at the same time not limited in this geographical bracket, geographical category. Beyond which is also category. What is this category beyond this? That is the experience of subjugation the people experience, irrespective of their geographical dispersion, irrespective of their geographical identification. Still, all these people can be connected together in the level of the consciousness as far as understanding the post-colonial reality. So in that level of consciousness, even those people can also be grouped together in this global south. This is not to deviate, this is not to open the floodgate, it is not to generalize it, but that's how the understanding goes. But there are 3 important conditions required to become members of this global south community. 3 conditions. The 3 conditions: number 1, all of these nations coming together under global south category should have the experience of the effects of colonization. The experience of the effect of colonization should have been felt in their economic marginalization. So the effect of colonization affecting economy, then resulting in economic marginalization, leading to poverty and hunger, malnutrition, so on and so forth. The 3rd level, because of the effect of colonization, there is a total collapse of the system, systemic failure. So these are the 3 major conditions actually bringing the nations together, and that the grouping, that association is called global south. Here, of the 3, the most important condition is the experience of the effect of colonization, the result of which is on economy, the result of which is on our system, systemic underdevelopment. So global south, a powerful narrative. Why do I say that? Global south is not mere identity. Global south is an agency. It's a powerful narrative because it rejects the old binaries of West and East. You just imagine how these nations have been classified and categorized, the West and the East, and certain attributes given to West and certain attributes to the East. You all know through reading of Edward Said and other great scholars. Homi Bhabha talks about this division, the West and East. There are certain attributes given to it, kind of perception that has been manufactured, that if you actually come from one category, if you come from one particular geographical category, then you're supposed to have such and such quality. So these old binaries of West and East, Global South rejects it. And then categories are the first world and third world binaries. First world nations, advanced nations, third world nations, developing nations, underdeveloped nations. It rejects it. So what do we do now? We say we all these countries put together, come together. We all form a nation. We are a nation ourselves. Here we engage in conversation. Conversation not between us and them. It is not just between South and the West. It is also between the South and the South. The South and the South conversation is extremely important. That South and the South conversation is important in terms of consolidating our position, consolidating our values, bringing all people together under this particular umbrella. So we reject in Global South that rigid binaries because they used to put us in category. If you look at the ways how these nations have been categorized, for example, Middle East, if possible, I'll talk about some of the writers from Middle East. If you talk about Middle East, with the very term Middle East, how it has been coined. What is this Middle East? Who has given this term Middle East? And middle to who? That's a question. So middle to Europe. So when you say Middle East, so the very categorization of Middle East, that particular categorization has been made in relation to the colonial power. So it is the colonial power determined that this nation, because it is in between these two powers, it becomes Middle East. So if you look all these dimensions, you will find the effect of the colonial rule, the effect of the colonial angle in all these things, including the ways in which these nations have been identified. So Global South as a powerful narrative, it rejects this binary, because that's why there is among the scholars in Middle East there is an argument that is there any other way that we can call ourselves rather than simply accepting the title that we are Middle East. So why can't we identify ourselves belonging to a different category rather than accepting this category? Middle to who is the question they are asking. So this is a later realization. So in that sense, I think Global South is a powerful narrative. It asserts its agency and identity. It is not actually, something that is receiving. It's not a recipient. People used to consider Global South as, recipient of knowledge, because the West came out with a narrative that these people, snake charmers, these people are underprivileged. They have no idea of education, civilizational values, and all these things have to be taught to them. For example, the values of democracy and all, these people are not aware of it, so we go to teach them. So that was the position. That was a kind of privileging position they used to have. But now, in Global South, we reject it. We are agency unto ourselves. We will not accept what has been imposed upon us. We assert our own identity. This is, in today's context, you will think in terms of promoting our indigenous knowledge structure. We have our own understanding of the world of reality. We have our own way of looking at the world of civilization. So we will encourage our own perception. We will encourage our own narratives. So in that level, we are asserting our agency. The writers actually working on this field, they assert their agency in bringing out the values inherent to our own civilization. We question the rigid boundaries of the limitation imposed upon us by the Western power. So it is a post-colonial voice gaining agency in asserting its identity. I like to give you some examples, from literature, how it is actually taking place. If possible, I will be connecting this at a later point of time. So here, one of the strategies I'll be advocating is that we need to revisit the way in which we teach literatures in the classroom. When we actually engage in discussions on foreign text, for example, when we bring a foreign text to our classroom in our own context, we should not give that foreign text any kind of privileging position, because the text actually coming from an alien context, a foreign context, it has got a code of its own. And our students who are sitting in our classes, they have their own micro-political social relationship existing amongst themselves, between them and teachers, between us and administrators. So you will find in any education setup, socio-micro-political relationship subsisting. So when we bring a foreign text to our students coming from a particular culture background, we should not give that foreign text any kind of privileging position so as to make this foreign text, or so as to let this foreign text influence the present existing code of our own culture. So what we have to do when we bring a foreign text, we need to come out with our own tone of resistance to question the foreign text, and then come out with our own reaction to the foreign text. The reaction to the foreign text is our own narrative. Rejecting the narrative that has been narrated to us, we have to come out with our own narrative. This is what is called, agency. We should gain agency in our classroom when we bring a foreign text. We need to actually promote secondary literature rather than simply being a recipient of whatever has been presented to us. In that way, I say it is an agency asserting its post-colonial identity. If time permits, I'll talk about this little later. We will look into the details of this particular methodology of teaching, pedagogy of teaching in detail little later. The two major forces sweeping across global south: transition and transmission. Transition is a change. It could be historical change, cultural change, political change. Historically, the colonized nations have become independent states today. Culturally, traditional societies have become global modernities thanks to the force of globalization. In political level, we have moved from dependency to self-rule. So historically, change happened. We have become independent. We got freedom. We were liberated from the clutches of the foreign rule. Culturally, we were once traditional societies. Now we are aspiring for great things in life. Our societies have changed because of the effect of the globalization. We have become global modernity. We are open to change. New value systems actually coming in. So we are actually changing ourselves in cultural level. In political level, dependency to self-rule, in a right of our own, right of rule, and we gained that power. We gained at least the political power. So these three levels of transition, you will find it in global south. This is one force. The second force is transmission. This transmission is culture transmission, for example, sharing indigenous knowledge structure. That's what I said exactly. When you bring in your foreign text, what we need to do, question the text that is actually coming to you. You question the text in such a way that you bring your own narrative to the text. Take, for example, if you look at the text written in a foreign context, the text has got its own culture code. Now, my question is that why should we accept the text as it is? Why should we give a privileging position to the text? Why can't we come out with a reaction to the text and then come out with a narrative which is an attempt to understand, which is an attempt to put the text in proper perspective? So every text has got a culture context, because a text and the context should not be actually separated. What I mean by context, is that context may be environmental context, which is immediate context. It could be social, cultural context. It could be linguistic context. It could be mental context, multimodal context. So the text that is actually coming to classroom has to be necessarily alienated from the context it produces. Let the text be presented to our own context. Let our culture interact with that particular text and produce its own knowledge structure. This is what is called indigenous knowledge structure. We need to promote that indigenous structure. We should not actually let the foreign text to influence. I like to give an example, from oral traditions. You must have heard of that. When we think of knowledge, a knowledge is, that it is a construction, but that has been imposed upon us. There is something that has been accepted, that has been established as knowledge. We need to actually come out with a strategy to question that established knowledge. I like to give an example which is actually from oral tradition. Actually, you must have heard of this example. Sometimes some of you must have heard of this. A university professor, for example, from a different culture, going to a village to teach the children over there who have never been to schools and colleges. They have no idea of this formal education. This university teacher, in an attempt to teach mathematics, for example, he teaches like this. For example, if you have, because most of them, I think, they rear sheep, so he gives an example. Imagine if you have 100 sheep, and from the 100, if 5, imagine, run away, then how much will be remaining? That's how he's teaching. So 100 minus 5, how much will be remaining? And he was expecting people to say 100 minus 5 is 95. And now there was a student actually standing up, a girl stood up and said, if 100 sheep over there, if 5 let out, run away, and she says the answer is 0. Now, the why 0? Because in our opinion, well, if there are 100 sheep, if the 5 run away, obviously the rest of them will also run away. So now she has got knowledge of the behavior, how these sheep would behave. But this person from university, he has got knowledge of number. So what we have to do in Global South, we have to integrate these through dimensions of knowledge. So what is knowledge today? Now one culture would say what the other person say wrong. We do not know that we could be wrong. So he says that we are wrong because 100 minus 5 should be 95. But that is not the case. She knows how the sheep behave, whereas he knows only numbers. But the question is, whose is knowledge? So knowledge, it has got its own political backup. It has got its own contextual backup, in the words of Foucault. So it is a construction. So when we promote indigenous knowledge, we need to go in terms of integrating it. It's not that an established knowledge that we have to accept it. Is it possible to bring these two knowledge structures together? That's what we are doing, sharing our own indigenous knowledge structure, reaching out to the global society to help them understand how we think. This is in cultural level. In theoretical level, post-colonial theories and subaltern studies, these are the theories actually we use to understand our conditions, post-colonial conditions in Global South. But here, I like to suggest that we should not simply stop with post-colonial or subaltern studies. We got to go beyond the theory, post-theory, because post-theory will offer new perspective. What do we mean by post-theory? We need to go beyond Foucault, Derrida, because Michel Foucault, Lacan, and Derrida, this has become common sense today. When we were students 30 years ago, we used to glorify writers like I.A. Richards and Cleon Brooke and all. They were said to be revolutionaries, but today, no. And then later on, Michel Foucault, Lacan, Derrida. And now today, all these people have become common sense. We got to go beyond Foucault, Lacan, Derrida. We have to actually bring in Alain Badiou, Bourdieu, and so many great writers who actually work on this particular condition, post-theory perspective. So you see, I get back to the discussion. The start of the session, I said, post-theory is that there is something beyond the theory. Of course, we all glorify theories because the theories offer us frameworks for understanding. The theories would protect us from totalizing narratives, because if you don't have theories, then there should be one narrative. All of us should subscribe to the narrative. So theories are a challenge to totalizing narrative. We understand that. But actually the theories, they got nothing to do with the literature. So when we say the theories actually offering us frameworks for understanding, the theories actually, we have brought in this theory as a prosthesis to support our department for the fear that otherwise it would be closed. Because there was the legitimacy crisis, we brought in this theory. We started looking at all these issues only from theoretical perspective. I'll tell you the reason how actually it came about. Actually, what theory does is ideology. If you apply Marxian understanding, you will understand this. This is ideology peddling. So now, if you want the power structure, they want society to be in proper order. They want to establish, proper order. So if you want to maintain proper order, you need to have people who are consenting to be governed. Otherwise, people will not obey. People will not be accepting your rule. So in order to get the consent from the people, so what we have to do, we have to influence people through ideology. So this ideology peddling is a technique that we have actually introduced. So we used to tell them, look, what we do in literature classes, we are actually promoting an ideology. Ideology would actually help you because ideology interplates individuals into becoming subjects, Althusser's theory. So what happens, when ideology given to you, You will do things which you would not do otherwise. So it is the ideology that converts people into subjects. For example, if I'm an individual, then I'm free to draw my own conclusions. I'm free to go in my own way, that no one can restrict me, no one can question me. That, and then it will be very tough for the power structure to govern. So if the ideology given to me, the ideology that I belong to a nation, I belong to a culture, I have a religion and all a linguistic group. So these ideological peddling would convert people into becoming subjects, and then they can easily handle it. So this is how we convince the people who are about to close our department that we got to bring in, we will integrate, we'll bring the theories to literature classes. But here, when we actually focus more on theories, there are lots of arguments against them, like we are creating false narratives, we are creating false consciousness, because theories will make you think about something, or make you behave in a particular way which you would not be otherwise. So what theory is doing? A theory is actually giving you a false consciousness, and theory is also promoting fake narratives. It is also resulting in identity politics. There are lots of issues with theories too. So that's why in post theory, what we are going to do, literature has its own way of dealing with the thing. Literature, a lot of stories, it has got its own way of dealing with the thing. Of course, we reach truth in different ways. For example, social sciences, they reach truth in one way. Natural sciences, they reach truth in another way. Philosophy will reach truth in another way. But literature will reach truth through love. So through love, through empathy, through sympathy. So that's why we need to encourage storytelling sessions in post theory. So what I'm trying to convince you of is this: we need to promote, lived experiences. Lived experiences actually matter. In this context, I like to refer to my friend Siddiq Crombie, a South African writer, whose work has to be looked at now, because right now in my university there are 3-4 scholars actually working on his work, actually apartheid, my story of an apartheid. So he himself has experienced the effect of that apartheid in South Africa. So that particular perspective to listen to the lived narratives. And linguistic level, lots of translations going on, lots of these translations of our narratives into global language. We do this in order to reach out to the world. TRC is actually Truth and Reconciliation Commission, that was established in South Africa soon after apartheid came to an end. You must have heard of apartheid. When it came to an end, there was a commission established in South Africa. This commission actually looked into the cases of violations and all. There was lots of people expected to stand before the commission to bear witness, to give their testimonies. But people who were subjugated, who experienced that suffering and horror, many of them, they did not come forward to give the testimonies because of the fear. They lost their language. So very few people actually came forward. A few people came forward on behalf of larger number of people, and those people actually spoke on behalf of the others who could not speak. So that is one narrative. And also there were several people who experienced the subjugation. They couldn't open up. Imagine, I always say this: if there is a person, he cannot speak up, but he has a story to tell. Imagine there is a person who is a victim, and if the victim has a story to tell, but he couldn't tell the story because his language has failed him, because he couldn't understand how to narrate because of the fear of the consequences. So a person, if he has a story, if he refuses to tell the story, still, is it a story? The answer is that if he couldn't tell the story or refuses to tell the story, the person himself becomes a story. So that story to be narrated, that story to be encouraged. So not that everything narrated, narratives. There are things non-narrated. There are things under the carpet. There are things silenced. Even those are also narratives. We got to bring them out. Then linguistic transmission, that's what they're doing. They are actually looking at the silences. They're bringing out how the silences actually evoking impact and feeling. Then when the people are not there to tell the stories, you will find their tombs, because they've been killed and buried. The tombs are narrating the stories. Sometimes you will not find tombs, you'll find the bones bones are narrating the stories. You'll find memorials. Memorials are narrating the stories. So all these things are different forms of narrations. These are all fragmented narratives. So this fragmented narrative can be brought together under this category of linguistic transmission. And this, whatever has been presented before the Commission, Truth and Reconciliation Commission, that has become, that is a very, very large material, and it has been published. It is very much available online. I would strongly recommend you to read this. I think you can reserve that for a post-retirement reading, because it runs into thousands and thousands of pages, and several writers actually used that Truth and Reconciliation Commission report as a raw material for their fiction and for their novels. So we need to encourage narratives here as a special. We need to advocate that narrative should be given a special status. It should become a genre. So that's about the transmission. Now, the message that is loud and clear is Global South no longer a passive recipient of knowledge, but active transmitter of knowledge and experience. And we are capable of shaping global intellectual culture currents. We are capable of changing the intellectual climate of the world through rereading of literature and revisiting the sites of ideology peddling. Because we all understand literature is a site of ideology. Every literature promotes a particular ideology. So what we have to do, when we actually engage in that literature teaching, when we engage with a particular book, we have to do it with a sense of political responsibility. What is this political responsibility of teaching literature? Do not let your foreign text to influence the culture code of the students who are sitting in the class. Students sitting in the class coming from different social cultural background, they have their own existing culture codes. That foreign text with that influence should not interfere with it, but we can interact always to see what emerges as a result of that interaction. This kind of hybridity, a cross-fertilization of ideas, cross-negotiation of ideas, we need to encourage. So this is called, a diatopical hermeneutics. Diatopical hermeneutics implies it's a new idea that everyone actually coming to a platform with a horizon of understanding. I can't see the world beyond the horizon which is limiting me. So when I listen to you, you have your own horizon of understanding. You can't see me beyond your horizon of understanding. So in order to understand each other, both of us should be able to cross the horizon. Crossing the horizon possible only when two conditions satisfied. One is I should admit my ignorance of the other person's perspective. Also, I should appreciate that other person's perspective is unique. So admittance of ignorance in me and acceptance of uniqueness in others, that would help me cross the border. That's what exactly Global South is actually encouraging us to do. This is what is called teaching literature with a sense of political responsibility. So Global South literature actually, it portrays people as agents of protection, not recipient of knowledge. They are capable of contributing to the culture currents. They are capable of influencing the decision-making process, influencing the whole world, the whole ecosystem. So we invite in Global South literature discussions and debates and discourses on how histories and identities and theories are not just inherited, but they are reshaped and they are passed over to the world. So we reject all classified interpretation. For us, the very act of teaching itself is an act of resistance. Refuse to be influenced by what is actually coming in. But I can interact, I can negotiate by asking tough questions. So I like to present here a few writers. I have I can't tell you why I have chosen these writers. There is no particular reason why I've chosen this writer, but I can tell you one thing. But these writers, I have read these writers, and these are the writers I teach actually. And I find these writers have got something in common. What is that? All these writers, if you look at the names, of course, I will share the slides to the organizers. I think they'll be able to share it with you, to the scholars who are interested to have a look at it in detail. But these writers, if you look at the map, for example, from Africa, from Chinua Achebe to Wole Soyinka and Ngugi wa Thiong'o, if you look, and then from India, Arundhati Roy, Salman Rushdie, Jhumpa Lahiri, then Derek Walcott, Nepal, Jamaica Kincaid, and Latin America, Gabriel Garcia, Isabel Allende, Mario Burgos, Julio Then from Middle East, Najib Mahfouz, Taib Salaf, Hanan al-Sheikh, Elif Shafak. If you look at these writers, you understand the themes they handle. Destruction of indigenous culture, then linked to neo-colonial politics. Neo-colonial politics is after colonial rule coming to an end. What kind of effect that colonial rule that has on us, that is actually the source of neo-colonial politics. Then decolonizing of our mind, how to do that. Then the effect of colonialism in our caste system and class system under the Roy. Then how can we revisit our own colonial history? Then talking about the borders like cultural, psychological, linguistic borders in Jhumpa Laharis. Then bringing African inheritances and European inheritances together. Then issues of displacement and post-colonial identity, colonial oppression, then colonial intrusion and post-colonial oppression, post-colonial reality, then modernity and tradition, the tension that is existing between them, and then colonial encounters between Africa and Europe, and then narratives of deconstruction over there, the decolonizing mind and East-West tension identity. So in the list, I have a special interest. I would strongly recommend the scholars who are working on global South literature or post-colonial studies to pay special attention to the last writer, Elif Shafak. I thought I should talk about this writer in general because as it is a keynote address, I thought I have to do justice to all. That's why I restrain myself, from getting into the details of Elif Shafak, because Elif Shafak's writing I have closely observed. It's a very interesting one because she talks about cultural identity, the negotiated identity, fractured identity, across the boundaries of nationality, ethnicity, language, and religion. Also, she talks about a tension between tradition and modernities, East and West, and arguing that identity is a fluid category. Lots and lots of works written by Elif Shafak. The Island of Missing Trees, The 40 Rules of Love, Honor, The Bastard of Istanbul, 10 minutes and 38 seconds in the Strange World, then Architect of Apprentices. These all, great works and phenomenal works of Elif Shafak. I had an opportunity of conducting an interview with Elif Shafak, and it was a great experience. I'm inviting all of you to pay special attention to Elif Shafak because she talks about border between East and West. The reason why I say that Elif Shafak should be paid special attention to is because of her background. She's actually from Turkey, but born in France to Turkish parents. Parents got separated. After separation, father stayed in France. Elif Shafak have to come to Turkey. She stayed in Turkey with her mother and grandma. Then Turkey's influences the kind of culture situation existed then. And then she chose to, she became a writer, and then later she chose to stay in the UK, England. So if you look at Turkey, Turkey has got this unique identity. You can't call Turkey as something, as a society or a country belonging to the Europe or Middle East. So where does it stay? It is somewhere in between the Europe and Middle East. So when I say somewhere in between, that itself is a message. That is the theme of all her writings. The theme of all her writing is that she was born in one place, lived in another place, settled down in another place, this fluidity, the tension. And her country, Turkey, located in one place, which is somewhere in between. This in between is extremely important. Why I say in between? Because that's how the cultures are located. So she often crosses, across borders. So the message in Elif Shafak's writing is that crossing the border as a form of life. You got to cross culture border, you have to cross linguistic border, you have to cross all sorts of borders existing because all these borders are limiting. So crossing the border to have a perspective beyond the immediate, that is also one of the ways of understanding global South. The dominant themes are colonialism and aftermath, we discussed this point, resistance to the foreign forces which are influencing us, then establishment of cultural identities and encouraging hybridity, gender and social justice, migration and diaspora, representation of the voices and how voices getting represented in literature, and ecological justice. So these are the major dominating themes in Global South literature. So the big challenges are the countries, nations located in Global South, they face extremely difficult situation today. I'm sorry, I couldn't give examples because I'm running out of time. Economic inequality, it's the effect of colonial rule, effect of colonial hangover. It's an aftermath of colonial rule. So economic inequality, political stability, climate crisis, health education, and cultural marginalization, and add to the list digital divide. So if you look at these issues are actually connected to the four major challenges I said, starting with biodiversity, establishment of global equitable economy based on justice and fairness, and fight against all sorts of ideologies discriminating people, and then forces of delimitation. So all the four biggest challenges which I talked about in 20th century, beginning of 21st century challenges, all these challenges are reflected in this particular context. And Global South faces these four major challenges getting reflected in these levels. So what is the question before us? How can we reclaim our narrative? How can we reclaim our identities, assert our identity? How can we get the power, reclaim our power through literature? Three ways: decolonizing knowledge, amplifying subaltern voice, and then asserting the power of the marginalized. How can we do that? Decolonization of mind, decolonization of knowledge. In an attempt to decolonize, we end up in recolonizing ourselves. So we need to understand, how to decolonize without recolonizing. But recolonization is a kind of effect. It's a consequence of decolonization. But the way to decolonize the recolonization is understanding the effect of decolonization. We should not fall into recolonization. So decolonizing our knowledge structure, encouraging different multicultural knowledge representation, see that our knowledge community, our discourse community should be vibrant, and then amplifying subaltern voice. You can amplify subaltern voice by giving a chance to the suppressed voice to speak, because the voice that has been suppressed, longing for utterance, it should be given a chance. Now, this particular voice is gaining momentum, it is gaining agency and asserting the power of marginalized. So the strategy is this: revision, reinterpretation of what constitutes literatures of representation through theories and post-theories. We need to totally reinterpret what constitutes literatures of representation. There is a politics of representation. There is a politics of representation. There are things not represented, underrepresented, wrongly represented. Identify such issues, address these issues, coming out with a counter narrative. What is required is counter narrative. That the girl who was never been to schools and colleges, standing up and telling, if 10 goats are there, 10 sheep are there, if 5 run away, all the rest of the sheep will go away, should also be something that has to be considered a part of our knowledge. It should not be negated just because of the person's background. So when we need to encourage different knowledge constructions and knowledge manifestation, all these things should be integrated. Literature, it has become a site of ideology battle. We should be aware when we actually negotiate with literature, any literature text for the matter, you got to see how this ideology is functioning. This is called ideology peddling. So we need to be very careful that ideology that has been there in the literature, that is actually negotiated in the literature. When it comes to our own culture context, our culture should be able to deal with that appropriately. Then for which I encourage teaching literatures with a sense of political responsibility. There has to be an activism in the classroom. Literature teachers should be active in the sense of, understanding social concerns. Whatever happens outside should disturb us. Whatever happens outside should influence us. Actually, Zizek actually talks about this. We, in the name of peddlers of ideology, in the name of teaching literature, we think real politics is taking place within the four walls of the classroom. We are totally oblivious and ignorant of the politics that is taking place on the streets. the real politics taking place in the streets should also be a matter of discussion. We should not think that what we do in our literature classes alone politics. It is not so. We need to understand, we need to look at it beyond our literature classes to bring the politics of outside also to the center stage. So politics of interpretation, the role of text, we should never give any kind of privileging position to any text that is actually coming from a foreign text, a foreign context. Subject the foreign text to a critical inquiry, respond to it through an alternative narrative. What I mean by alternative narrative is come out with a secondary text and secondary literature so that you can deal with that particular force of ideology. So pedagogy of humanities should be seen as an arena of cultural explanation that questions the explanation of culture. You see the conflict here? When you bring in a foreign text, the foreign text stands as an example of a particular culture explanation. So in an attempt to interact with a particular text, our interaction should also be an attempt to question that explanation of culture. For example, the culture that has been promoted through a foreign text, it has to be put to question, put to scrutiny, come out with a narrative, challenge it, you question it, and then make a compromise and understand it properly. Don't give that any kind of privileging situation. Don't put it on a pedestal. Don't keep it on a high tower, and then you look up at it, and then for all glorification. Don't do that. You negotiate it. So theories are offering us framework of understanding, but theories alone cannot capture the pain of exile, the pangs of refugee, and the resilience of the oppressed. So what is that we have to do? Theories are inadequate. Theories are inadequate. No amount of intellectual discussion would help you understand the kind of suffering that has been experienced. So what is required is we got to go beyond the theories, because the theories alone they won't capture the pain of, they cannot sufficiently capture the pain of exile and pangs of refugees, resilience. We have to go beyond the theory. Then listen to the lived narratives. That's why I say listen to the narratives of the people who actually experienced this. So there are lots of things reported. The reported narratives are different from the narratives actually from the people who experienced it. One such person is Mr. Siddiq Rabi. He'll be actually talking to you after my presentation, maybe in the afternoon, and you listen to the narrative. You understand, how he looks at the global South from his own personal perspective. Because, as I told you previously, he has become a victim of that particular discrimination. So, what he is going to present, while talking about his own book, that is going to be a lived narrative. So, we need to encourage, we need to listen to lived narratives, and then oral history. We need to appreciate, recognize the testimonials. For example, Truth and Reconciliation Commission's report. And we also should encourage oral histories, street art, songs of resistance. The final word is this: we are not here only to theorize, but we are here to humanize. Humanize in order to ensure that our work reflects the lived realities of those at the margin. So those who are actually working on this field, those who are actually writing about this field, please understand, theories should not hijack you. It should not overtake you. Theories should be there, but what we have to do is we need to make these theories humanize. The humanization is look at it from empathy point of view, sympathy point of view, compassion point of view. You identify. So theories should humanize, and it should ensure that our work reflects the real lived realities of those people who experience this subjugation. Scholarship, our understanding, our intellectual rigor, it must not only to interpret the work, but also to transform it. Mere interpretation doesn't work. Transform it. What is that? How can we transform it? You bring a narrative to the classroom. Don't simply talk about the narrative. React to the narrative and come out with a counter narrative. You come out with a narrative which is actually transforming this narrative. So any work that comes in, any kind of presentation that has been made to us in terms of narrative, so we need to encourage our students, we need to encourage our participants to understand it from the point of view of sympathy, and then we need to interact. We need to interact, and we need to intervene with that particular work in the process of developing consciousness. So in an attempt to do that, when we intervene, when we interpret, what we do, we don't bring out what the text actually says. We also transform the text and we give a text a new identity. That is the thing that we should do when you do our a course in global literature, global South, or when we teach this course, global South. So sum up, I think I've taken a lot of time, and let me give you the summary. Those who have missed the points, whatever I shared, I'm going to put all these things in proper perspective. It will be for easy reference. I argued that global South is not a geographical entity. It is not a geographical demarcation. It's not simply a line that has been marked on the map, but it's a political, cultural categorization. Also, I said the conditions wherein the people, nations can become together, they must have experienced post-colonial experience of subjugation and economic marginalization and total systemic failure. These three conditions bringing nations together, and they form global South. Then, apart from that, also you should understand beyond these two, people who have been subjugated, people who have got similar experience, wherever they all will also form one category, which is fourth world. Even that world is also connected to global South. And what do? We come up with argument, we come up with discourse, we come up with a narrative to question and challenge the rigid binaries. We question and challenge the narratives promoted by the West. Also, what we do, we start our own interaction between South and South, conversation, negotiation, in order to consolidate our position. So it is a post-colonial experience which is connecting people to people of global South. And it rejects all sorts of binaries, and it is a post-colonial voice gaining agency, and the two forces which are actually, running through global South literature, force of transition, which is in cultural level, it's in political level, it's in economic level, theoretical level, and transmission of knowledge structure. Active agent of knowledge protection, not mere recipient of knowledge. We are not in a position, we are not actually empty baskets. Then our mind is free and we are free to get all the information. It's not so. We are not empty. We got our own experiences. So our experiences will interact whenever a foreign text is brought in to our own culture context. So it reclaims its narrative through resistance and reconstruction. Resistance to text, reconstructing it, resist the influence that is actually coming, and then try to reconstruct it, give a new shape to it. That's what we say. We decompose it, we decompose the text, and then you recompose it. Decomposition and recomposition. This is called, we do it, when we do this decomposition and recomposition, we are decolonizing knowledge. We are coming out with a different kind of knowledge structure. Knowledge is not something which has been already built. Knowledge is something that is under construction. When you and I meet, what we do is construction of knowledge. Knowledge is not something out there that we should have access to that. We will construct our own knowledge structure thanks to culture process. Amplifying subaltern voice, give power to subaltern voice, assert the power of the marginalized, give chance to them, let them be brought to the center stage. And we need to teach literature with a sense of political responsibility, and we should not be imprisoned with theories. I think theories will blind us sometimes. Of course, although theories offer us frameworks of understanding, I understand why we actually started relying on theories, because we wanted to protect our own department, our own interests. But this is high time that we got, because there was an argument against it. That argument is that literature is not utilitarian. So we were not utile. So that's our argument. So at that time, in order to cover it up, we say, no, we are equally utile. We have utilitarian angle too. So what we do in the classes, we are actually teaching ideology. When we teach ideology, then these individuals will become subjects, and it will be easy for you, the powers, to manage things. All people can humbly accept things, when they become subjects. So ideology interplates individual into becoming subject. That's what we narrated in that way. But this is high time that we got to stand up and say that, yes, if you say we are useless, I would say we are absolutely, ruthlessly useless. We are inutile. Utilitarian is something that doesn't belong to us. You cannot put us in a category that is applied to others. We are a different category. We will encourage reading out of love. Essentially, literature for love. Essentially, literature for passion. Actually, students who are coming to us, joining our department, they came with a lot of hope. They came with a lot of interest. They thought that stories and all really entertain us. But what happens to us is we have done a great damage to that. And now they have become terribly afraid. They become very serious and you tell everyone literature is not an ordinary one. This is a theory. So I think literature has been hijacked with theories. We need to recover literature. We got to restore the literature, encouraging lived narratives. There is a way of approaching truth through literature. We can approach through love that we can approach truth. So not just the three methods: the social sciences approach, or natural sciences approach, or philosophical approach. We have a different kind of fourth approach, that is approach advocated by literature, that is through love. So Global South is an epistemic site of knowledge protection. It's a site of knowledge construction. And Global South is emerging today very strong. It's emerging today as a strong force. It is already a strong force. It's a strong force of influence on the global stage. Let us understand this. Let us appreciate it. Let's see, all of us, we have to come together to give voice to this. We all have to come together to shout that we are a power unto ourselves. We will never be subjugated by anything that is actually coming from outside. Whatever comes from outside will be subjected to our own scrutiny. That's how we communicate. That's how we respond. With that, I think I can come to the end of this presentation. Nice talking to you. Great opportunity it was. I'm open for question answer session if you have any question. Thank you. That's another presentation. Hello, are you there? Hello? Are you there?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your interesting and intellectual feast.
Did you
Next.
follow the presentation completely?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. I was afraid.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank
Okay.
you.
Next,
Any
I would like
questions?
to call upon the epicenter of dedication, the roadmap of sincerity, our ever-loving Mrs. V. Subba ma'am, to propose a vote of thanks.
If there are any questions from participant side, please let me know.
வணக்கம். ஓர் அறிவிப்பு. நம் கல்லூரி போதைப் பொருள் எடுத்து நடைபெற்ற
I couldn't hear anything at all. Kindly unmute yourself. I think I couldn't hear. Can you hear me, please? Can you hear me? Is my voice clear?
and P.
Just a moment, sir. We have announcement in our college. Please do wait, sir.
and participants.
Good morning to everyone present. On behalf of the organizing team, it is my great privilege to deliver vote of thanks at the morning session of today's meeting on the Global South in Literature and Theory. First and foremost, I wish to thank God the Almighty for making this session a successful one. I would like to thank our respected principal, Dr. M. Jansirani ma'am, for her guidance and encouragement in making this session possible. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I would like to thank our beloved HOD, ma'am, Dr. G. Jayalashmi, who is constant supporter of all our endeavor. Thank you, ma'am. A special word of gratitude goes to our distinguished chief guest, Dr. Tamimul Amsari, who illuminated many dimensions of post-colonial thought. Your insights have deepened our understanding on literary theoretical articulation of resistance, identity agency from the global south. Your speech has really enriched our knowledge on the complexities and richness of post colonial literature. Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring speech. I also extend my thanks to the faculty members of our English department who worked tirelessly behind the scenes to ensure the smooth flow of this meeting. I would like to give a heartfelt appreciation to all our students and participants from various colleges who participated enthusiastically. May this conference inspire us to continue exploring the diverse voices and perspectives that shape our understanding of Global South as a site of intellectual, cultural, and political dimension. I thank you once again for being a part of today's session. Thank you, one and all.
Can I take leave then? Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I take leave?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much then. So get back to you later. Thank you.
morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Just a moment, ma'am.
நீங்க இல்லாட்டி இப்படி வந்து உங்களுது ஆஃப் பண்ணிடுங்க. Hello. Good morning.
Now it's time for the presentation session. A warm welcome it is not just a greeting, but a reminder of how much we value and cherish your presence. Here, I invite the darling of our department, Ms. Krithiba ma'am, to welcome our chairperson for the paper presentation.
Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed faculty, participants, and dear students. It is my privilege to welcome Dr. R. Vasuhi, esteemed Assistant Professor of English at Manonmaniam Sundranar University, as the chairperson of our first panel today. Dr. Vasuhi's impressive academic journey, marked by her dedication to fostering intellectual curiosity and critical thinking, has been truly inspiring. With over a decade of experience as an educator, administrator, and researcher, she has made significant contributions to the field of English literature. As the head of the Department of English, director of the Center for Languages, and director of the Center for Technical and Academic Writing, Dr. Vasuhi has demonstrated exceptional leadership and vision. Her research expertise spans diverse areas, including Greek literature, women's literature, and African literature, with numerous publications and paper presentations to her credit. Notably, she has guided 6 PhD scholars to completion and mentored numerous students towards excellence. A recent recognition with the APJ Abdul Kalam International Award for Educational Services is a testament to her outstanding work. We are happy and honored to have you today as one of our chairpersons, madam. Your presence will surely contribute to the success of our conference. I welcome you wholeheartedly, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind words. Thank you.
Let's begin our paper presentation session with Mrs. Malati ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am. Good morning.
Yeah. It's very good morning. Today, I would like to introduce myself, Mrs. Malati, Assistant Professor of English in Excel Engineering College. Today, I have taken the topic as narratives of migration, exile, and displacement in global literature. In that, I would like to deal with the refugee and exile literatures. Okay, as Wordsworth said, literature is a powerful overflow of powerful feelings. Here, in this exile literature, the authors expresses the powerful feelings of the people who have been forcibly flee from their nations or hometown. Refugee and exile literature plays an important role in world literature, offering an overview into the life experiences of people who are forcibly displaced from their homelands. This article shows about the displaced individuals, whether due to war, persecution, or political unrest, or forced migrations, narrates these literature not only narrates the physical journey but also the emotional and psychological cultural upheavals that follows dislocations. Furthermore, refugee narrative serves as a counter discourses to state-driven that often dehumanize or erase the experiences of displaced population. By centering the marginalized voices, this literature compels readers to confront uncomfortable truths about nationalism, borders, and global inequality. It also forces the empathy and historical reflections and intercultural awareness in a time of increasing global displacements due to armed conflict, climatic changes, and persecutions. Refugee and exile literature stands as both witness and resistance, offering a crucial platform for unheard stories and urging more human understanding of migration and search for their identity. It's a it occupies a vital and increasing urgent space in global literature. It transcends beyond border and language by expressing the voices of marginalized people, those who have been uprooted by war, political oppressions, ethnic cleansings, religious persecutions, or environmental disasters. These refugee and exile literature offers powerful narratives of trauma, their survival, struggle for survival, and resistance. These stories not only testify to personal and collective sufferings, but also preserve histories that risk erasure. They confront the readers with harsh realities of war, migration, and inequality while celebrating the cultural endurance and resilience of human spirit. Spanning continents and eras from Holocaust survivors, Vietnam's war, we can say Vietnam is both people to today's modern Syrian refugees. These literature reflects the diverse circumstances of displacement. It often arises border zones, refugee camps, diasporic communities who have been refugized, where their identities are fractured and they are their voices have been marginalized. As global conflict and crisis continues to displace millions, refugees and exile literature has gained renewed urgency in the world of literature. It reshapes, foster empathy, challenges and stereotypes and reshapes our understanding of home, their identity and human rights. Ultimately, it stands as a vital component in world literature, amplifying the marginalized voice and illuminating the ongoing human struggle and the adjustment and adaptability of their lifestyle. Refugee and exile literature is deeply bound with historical events, often reflecting the displacement and the experiences of people who have been forced to flee from their home countries due to political, social, and even cultural persecutions. The literature produced by these refugees and exiles offer rich historical references, shedding light on the broader geopolitical issues of that particular time. Refugee and exile literature reflects not only the personal experiences of exiles and refugees, but also the historical contexts that shape their displacement. The writers often describes the traumatic condition of fleeing one's homeland and adjusting to a new culture. It's very hard for them, and the pathetic condition of their emotional and psychological scars left by this exile. Even in classical literature, we can say Ovid's Tristia, the character laments his banishment from Rome. Even the Spanish Civil War and World War II produced a rich body of exile writing, including the works of Bertolt Brecht and Thomas Mann. After Spanish Republic's fall, many intellectuals, writers, and political figures fled Spain to escape repression, creating one of the 20th century Europe's largest exile communities. Most sought refugee countries like France and Mexico, facing decades of separation and longing and separation from their family, etc. Even film artists like Manuel de Falla symbolized the cultural loss of Spanish exile. Filmmaker Luis Panuel in My Last Child, which was released in 1983, reflected the exile's pain and returning to a changed homeland. Even the writer Max Arp, in his book The Refugee, explored the psychological and social struggles of displacement faced by the people. The Holocaust displaced millions Jews, Romani people, and even political dissidents. Many survivors become refugees across Europe and America too. Even the post-colonial exiles such as from South Asia, Africa and Caribbean have contributed immensely to English literature with authors like Salman Rushdie, Derek Walcott, etc. The 20th and 21st centuries have witnessed a rise in refugee literature due to conflicts in Vietnam, the Middle East, the Balkans, the Syria, Afghanistan and Ukraine. The partition of British India in 1947 triggered one of the largest mass migration in history, uh, displacing millions and communal violences. Sadat Hassan Mandu portrayed his horrors in stories like Taba Dek Singh in 1955 and Tanda Ghost, exposing the madness and brutality of that age. Even Pushwant Singh in Train to Pakistan depicted the human cost for partition through a powerful narrative of shattered communities. Bapsi Sidhwa in Cracking India in 1991 reflected on the trauma through a personal and cultural lens, focusing on the impact of partition on daily lives during the partition of India. When we talk about the other countries, the Vietnam War is the most important one. Due to Vietnam War, displaced many millions across Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, particularly after the fall of Saigon in 1975, which sparkled the mass exodus of both people. The sorrow of war in 1991 explodes the trauma and displacement through the eyes of North Vietnamese soldier, capturing emotional scars left by war. The General Retires is another piece of literature reflects on fractured identities and lost hopes in post-war Vietnam. When we talk about which triggered a mass displacement as people fled oppressive Eastern Bloc regimes. Milan Kundera, the unbearable lightness of being is a part of literature, explores life under Soviet control in Prague, the capital city of Krebs Republic. The Power of Powerless is another piece of literature which talks about the critic's totalitarianism and the inner exile it creates. In the piece, The Captive Mind, which examines the compromises of intellectuals under communism and even the exiles in consciousness. These literature expresses the suppressed identity, which exhibits the voices of emotional pain of the people, marginalized people. The ongoing Syrian conflict has led to one of the largest modern refugees. Till now, the Syrian war is going on, and the refugee crisis displacing millions and raising global debates on asylum and human rights. We could witness a lot of children without parents, a lot of ladies without their husbands and sons. It was a pathetic seen in the world history. Colored Kapia in his No Knives in the Kitchen in the City portrays the suffering of ordinary Syrians amid war and displacement. Yasin al-Haq Salah in his The Impossible Revolution offers a powerful critique of war, repression and refugee conditions. These kind of literature expresses not only the loss of identity and cultural displacement, it creates a scar in the memory and trauma. There are barriers which the exiled people undergoes. The first one is language and communication. Language makes a refugee an alienated from that new country which they are forced to flood. And it was very hard for them to adapt to the situation, either in the communication level or in the cultural level. It was very pathetic for those exiled people. It was expressed in Nadian polymers in Berger's Daughter which was published in 1979, examines linguistic divisions under apartheid, and the Joy Lucky Club was published in 1989 by Amy Tan, shows the language shapes generational identity and cultural disconnection. Sometimes these exile and refugees have become victims for political exile and activism. Many writers use exile to critique authoritarian regimes. These exiled people are in search of new home, their new identity, and they are searching for their survival. This have been visually displayed in such literature. It displays affect not just exiles but their descendants. Jardia Smith-White portrays identity struggles of immigrant families in London. Randa Zara, in a map of home 2008, it was been published, examines generational trauma in a multicultural text. Some narratives contrast dreams of freedom with harsh realities. Here, Zora Neale Hudson's The Eyes Were Watching God. It was published in 1937, metaphorically explores personal exile. The famous author George Orwell's depicts alienation under totalitarianism, resonating with themes for post exile. Not only these exile literature shows a way for political reformations, but also it paves a way for spiritual journey. Exile can also serve as a path to inner transformation. Here, in the works of Naguib Mahfouz, explores internal exile in changing Egypt. Albert Camus' The Stranger captures existence alienation akin to spiritual exile. Even in the digital age, exile is being portrayed in another perspective. Modern technology reshapes the exile experiences, enabling virtual connections but also complicating identity. Here, Teju Cole 2011 reflects on fragmented urban exile and memory. Mohsin Hamid's Exit West, which was published in 2017, uses magical realism to portray global migration and virtual displacement. The emotional and psychological experiences of exile is layered, often rooted in trauma, displacement, and struggle for identity, whether it is voluntarily taken or it was forced to them. Exile brings profound feeling of alienation, nostalgic feeling of their lost identity, and the present identity crisis and the struggles they are facing for survival. When we talk about alienation and disorientation, exile often experiences deep alienation, torn from their cultural roots and familiar surroundings. The discomfort of navigating to a new culture leads to their loneliness, confusions, and fragmented identity, everything. In Teju Cole's Open City, which was published in 2011, Julius, a Nigerian psychiatrist in New York, exemplifies this urban alienation because he finds everything new and he has been detached from the new surrounding. He had to adopt and adjust to the new surrounding. Everything has been depicted in a very elegant way. His psychological detachment and disconnection reflects the broader emotional reality of exiles in a globalized world. It creates a nostalgic and longing feeling, the powerful emotions response to exile. Exiles leave for their last homeland, idealizing it to an unreachable paradise which complicates adoptions. Exile often fractures identity, creating tension between cultural royalty and assimilation. Exile may feel like outsiders in both their own nation when they fled from there and to the host culture when they reach the other country. This identity confusion often leads to internal conflicts and emotional exhaustion as they don't know what to do for the next move, as they struggle to reconcile the past with the present. And when we talk about this survival and resilience, despite the trauma, many exiles exhibit resilience. Adapting to new environment demand the emotional strength to bear that. In the works of Viktor Franklin, Man's Search for Meaning, which was really published in 1946, though not directly about exile, it offers insight into finding purpose and suffering, resonating with exile resilience. Even these kind of people who are being exiled and refugee, they were meeting a lot of grief and confusions. They have their confused emotions. They bring the grief not just for homeland, but for all their lost relationships, their identity, and their lost community. Many exiles carry survivors' guilt and trauma. In Khaled Hossein's work, The Kite Runner, which was published in 2003, Amir's emotional burden reflects a long-term psychological scars of displacement, regret, and even loss. I would like to conclude
Ma'am,
with a few
yeah.
points about this topic. Refugee and exile literature offers a powerful lens into the human cost of displacement, political conflict, cultural dislocation. More than documenting the sufferings, these kind of literature gives a voice to the silenced, revealing the emotional and psychological cultural struggles of the people, those who have been forced to flee from their motherland. Through the themes of memory, identity, loss, and resilience, it challenges dominant narratives and fosters empathy and reflection in the literature. This kind of literature occupies a crucial place in contemporary discourse, highlighting not only the trauma but also the resilience and agency of displaced people. By entering, by entering marginalized voices, counter narratives to mainstream history and politics, confronting issues of xenophobia, statelessness, and cultural erasure. These creates unforgettable scars in the lives of the exiled people. With this hybrid forms, multilingualism and transnational perspectives, refugee literature enriches global literary traditions. It explores the fluid concepts of home, belonging, and identity, often using the fragmented structures to reflect the complexity of exile and the pain that gives to the people. Ultimately, these narratives urge readers to view borders not just as boundaries, but a space of conflict and transformation. In a world marked by rising displacement, refugee and exile literature remains essential, humanizing global crisis and reminding us that behind each statistic lies a story of hope and survival for struggles that they undergone for survival. So, literature not only gives us a theme of pleasure, it also gives us the scars of the pains and the trauma that people has undergone. With these words, I would like to conclude my article. Thank
So
you.
that was a nice presentation, ma'am, Malati ma'am. So
Thank you,
your
ma'am.
paper was on refugee and exile literature. You
Yeah,
highlighted on the trauma and suffering faced by the people who went in exile. And
yes.
ma'am, it was really good that you talked about resilience and other things, how these people overcome their pain and all.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Yes.
you were talking about a lot of books, ma'am. So your paper is based on how many literature works of literature?
Pardon, ma'am, I couldn't get you.
Your research paper is based on how many books, ma'am?
Ma'am, really, I have taken 5 to 6 books like colleges and they have given in the work cited, ma'am. Nearly 6 books I have
Okay, ma'am.
taken.
No, you have made a
Yes.
study on refugee and exile literature. Have you
Yes.
given any focus on only a few books, or because you are talking about a lot of books?
No, I have
So,
taken references from all the literature
but
which
your
relates to the
but your
exile and refugees. I have
okay,
not
but your focus
taken a
is on
particular book for that. Yes, ma'am.
okay, fine, fine. And in one place, you were talking about borders as a place of conflict and transformation. Can you throw light on more light on that, ma'am? Because it is a conflict and transformation. They are two different words. So how does the border become a place of conflict and transformation?
Ma'am, when we take the partition of India, there itself got a lot of
Yes.
references, ma'am. Because of border conflict, it arises. It arose and how it made people to transform from one culture to another, and they were struggling for exhibiting their own identity in their land, like that. Even
Yeah.
in
Okay.
Vietnam also, uh, they have created the civil war, but there also the cultural transformation was there, ma'am.
So first, initially, they had a conflict, their own culture
Yeah,
and
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah. Conflict,
host culture, and then
reformations,
finally,
and everything. The resolutions and reformations were happening, which led to the transformation of people in their lifestyle and even in culture. They were adapting. When we take the references from our Indian side, also we can have lot of references. How Tamilians has fled from one place to another. Either it may be of their life survival, they would have gone. But in some cases, these kind of forcefully fleeing thing also has happened, as it has been done in Syria. So when they
yeah,
have
yes,
left from their Even we can take references in Sri Lanka too.
Yes, ma'am. Immigration is different from exile. So
Yes,
being
ma'am.
an immigrant is something different, and being a refugee is something different. And the pain and trauma that the refugees suffer is more than that of immigrants. Okay, that
Immigrants.
was a wonderful paper, ma'am. All the very best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank
So,
you. Thank you, everyone.
can we have the next participant and
Let me,
all participants? Yes, ma'am.
thank you, ma'am. Let me leave.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. So the other following participants, please ensure that you finish your presentation within 5 minutes. So focus more on the findings and yes, so please restrict yourself to 5 minutes. Thank you. Next participant, please.
Next participant, Miss Koru Sarah Grace.
Yes, ma'am. Very good morning, ma'am. I'm very happy
Good morning.
to join in this conference because
Welcome.
I have learned a lot through sir's teaching and the present day situation, what we need that is exposed through this. And uh, the title of, ma'am, can you see my PPT, ma'am?
No.
I have already sent a PPT to
Okay.
Kathiba ma'am. Kathiba ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Okay. So the first of all, I would like to greet professors, doctorates, and my dear participants. Today, I feel honored to present my paper on Subaltern Voices of Women Resilience, which is a subtitle, a trauma theoretical recording of Sudhamurthy's House of Card and Gently Falls Buckler. First of all, I am very much happy to use the word subaltern. It is the meaning of this word is expressions, stories, perspectives of marginalized, oppressed people who are traditionally included form dominant power structures and historical narrative. This is was coined by Antio Gramsci. See, such type of current vocabulary, which is through the light of women in the society, it is really appreciable, and I'm really grateful to work on such type of heading. Thank you so much for the organizers who helped me to do this. Next one, I would like to introduce my author who is Mrs. Sudha Murthy. She was born on 1950, Shigaon, Karnataka, India. Author, philanthropist, former chairperson of Infosys Foundation. Writing English and Kannada, the novels and short stories and storybooks. Her themes are women resilience, ethics, Indian tradition, social justice. Her notable works, which I have taken as my research primary source, House of Cards, 2003, Gently Falls Buckler, 1996, Mahashweta and Dollar Bahu. She received awards in 2006 Padma Shri and 2023 Padma Bhushan, and recently last year she became one of the Rajya Sabha members. My of this paper to analyze how Mridula in the House of Card and Srimati in Gently Falls Buckler embody trauma and resilience in patriarchal context. To examine how silence, emotional labor, and ethical choices evolve into self assertion and agency. To apply trauma, Kathy Kurtz and Herman's theories and subaltern intersectional frameworks, Spafik and Cranshaw, in imparting Murthy's women critic narration. Next, I would like to give a brief explanation about abstract of my paper. Murthy novels highlight subaltern women's trauma, resilience, and identity. Theoretical lens of trauma theory, subaltern studies, and intersectionality. And I have focused on Mridula in House of Cards, Srimati in Gently Falls Buckler. The journey in this paper, it is a silence, resilience, and empowerment. Yes. Next, it is a brief introduction that about my two novels, which is focused on this paper: patriarchal and capitalist Indian society as a backdrop, women's struggle, silencing, neglect, resilience. Murthy portrays women as an active ethical agent. Next, as a methodology of in my paper, trauma theory, Kathy Kurt's unclaimed experience, and Herman. Here I have taken Kathy Kurt unclaimed experience. Trauma is not trauma is a suffering of in the society, within the family, even in around the domestic walls. But the women should not be sink into the sorrow, and they want some a sort of a resilience to come out of the situation, and they have to expose themselves. And here, even Spivak also, she told that if women cannot be stopped, the women has to raise up from their situation, and they have to stand against the traumatic situation. And even methodology of intersectionality of Cranshaw also on uh, intersectionality on Cranshaw, what she has written is she also joins along with the other two theories. And next comes under my research gap is nothing but earlier studies, morality, patriotic, empowerment. The gap I found limited analysis of silencing and resilience, trauma, resilience, and in subaltern works. And here in the analysis of my paper is in the House of God, Mrudula morally integrity versus Sanjay's corruption. As a woman, she don't want to her husband to be a corrupted person. Being a doctor, being in a great position, the beginning of his career, and later on the change she is unable to digest. Here we can understand that the traumatic situation is she was morally injured inside a domestic sphere. The resilience is she's refusal to accept unethical prosperity. Generally, in the society, there are two types: ethical prosperity, unethical. So here, Mridula, her husband is followed unethical, which is not correct. And here we can see the walls are fragile. Next one, Gently Falls Bakula. Srimati, she was so brilliant. She was silence also, but she don't want to be like that. She was deferred intellectual life and departure independence. She wants to achieve her memory constancy and selfhood. And these women, these protagonists, they did not want to be sink in that same situation, and they came from trauma to resilience. Here we can see that the comparative study is nothing but the patriotical and materialistic context of women resilience and trauma, these are all changes the self critic. What I found in my paper, trauma and Murthy's novels emerges through silence, ethical compress, and emotional ensure. Resilience is expressed through moral integrity in the case of Mrudula and intellectual independence in the case of Srimati. Both characters changes patriotical material and refined women roles with the family and in the society. Murthy critics a liberal pressures, corruption, and gender inequity, moreover, presenting women agents of transformation. Within the family, also, women is a great source of agent to get transformation. As if I have used the word intersectionality, she can change the men, she can change the children, and rest of the family members. As I would like to conclude, Srimati and Mudula exemplify subaltern women who really reclaim voice through resilience. Their journey illustrates how silence transforms to the agency and selfhood. Murthy bridges trauma theory, feministic critique, and Indian social realities, offering new perspectives of women empowerment. Her works reform the relevance of literature in addressing social justice and gender equality in global south. Thank you so much for listening my presentation very patiently. Thank you so much.
So, yes, Ms. Sarah Grace, can you switch on your video? We
Yeah,
would
ma'am.
like to
Yeah.
see you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Can you see,
So
ma'am?
that was the not it.
One second, ma'am.
Ah,
Yes, ma'am.
yes, I can see. Yeah. Hi.
Yes.
Okay. So that was a good presentation. And so can you have selected three of Sudhamurthy's novel, I guess.
No, ma'am. Four actually. Dollar Bahu,
Four.
Mahashweta. But for this paper conference, I have selected only two, ma'am. One is House of
House of
Cards,
Cards
ma'am. And second one is Gently
for
Balls Bakula. These two books.
oh, okay, okay, okay.
Can you see, ma'am?
So, yeah, yeah, yes. Can
Yes.
can you please tell me the rationale behind selecting these two works for your paper?
Ma'am, actually, uh, the borders, bodies, and belongings, which attracts me. It is actually acronym, which attracts me. The three words are included while writing these two novels, ma'am, because protagonists will stand in the place of borders, and the border layer of Sudha Murthy's works are the women should come out of the situation. That is, she represents middle class families in the society who are really undergoing the struggles in the society, and the protagonists who are there in the novels, they are not escaping the situation. In order that they are transforming the lives of family members within the novel, she has set an best example, so that the readers of these novels, the writer who writes research papers, they can expose that we cannot avoid the situation in the society through the domestic walls. We can transform the lives of women in the society. This is that is the reason I have selected one.
Okay, yeah. What do you think borders are? Borders are, do you think they are boundaries? Do you think that borders are something which women should cross? Like cross the gender stereotyping or as boundaries that is limiting women in all ways?
No, no, ma'am. As you said, women are not no drawing a border. They are not in the circle of their
With,
life. Okay,
okay.
and they wanted to come out of the situation. They wanted to stand. The education is helping them to come out of the situation so that they are not fighting in order that transforming the lives of family members or society. This is my understanding, ma'am.
Okay. So actually, now we have a lot of laws and acts that
Yes,
protect women,
yes,
and
ma'am.
so I think it's not a big issue. Now it is in our hands to cross the border rather than being in that. Okay. Thank you so
100%.
much for the one. Yes, ma'am. So that was a nice paper. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So
Okay.
the next participant, please.
Hello, ma'am. Hello,
Ah,
ma'am.
yes, you can leave, ma'am.
Because
The
I
next
have
participant.
class, ma'am. Class, ma'am.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. All the best.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Next, I would like to call Mrs. M. Satyaprabha to present the paper.
Yes, I'm Satyaprabha. You can start, but make it short and sweet. Satyaprabha, I think you should unmute yourself. Your mic is muted. If possible, you can switch on the video too. So, dear participants, feel free to make the presentation. It's your paper, so I may ask questions, but it won't be so hard at all. Feel free. Let us make this interactive so that it will be useful to the other scholars too. Satyaprabha, I'm not able to hear you. I'm not able, you're not audible, Satyaprabha.
Next one. நீங்க பேசாம
Okay, ma'am. I would like to call the next candidate, Ms. D.
Yes,
Rachel Alais Kiruba. Ma'am, you can present your paper now.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. You can present, ma'am.
yes, yes.
Yes. A warm greetings to one and all present here. I'm pleased to be a part of this international conference over virtual platform. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm D. Rachel Alice Kiriba, Assistant Professor, School of Liberal Arts English in AVP College of Arts and Science, Tirupur. Without any further ado, let me get straight into my topic for today's presentation. Let me present the slide, ma'am.
Yes.
I think there is internet glitch. Excuse me, ma'am. Wait a minute.
Right.
Ma'am, may I continue without the presentation because it is taking time? Excuse me, ma'am. Hello? Ma'am, I cannot hear you. Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, I cannot hear from that side.
Ma'am, you please start your presentation, ma'am. You are audible.
Okay. Now let me start without any further ado. My title here goes on Between Two Shores, Cultural Displacement and the Search for Self in Oleander Girl by Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni. This is a very familiar name that most of the people might have heard. She is a very famous Indian writer. It is very obvious that I'm referring the two shores as the cultural displacement and the search for self. Let me take these two words, displacement and searching for self. How will you be searching for self when you are being displaced? So it is completely contrary within their selves. So where will we be positioning ourselves in this? What will be our identity then? So this paper, I think, will definitely give an answer. So before proceeding into this, let me give a small narrative about the author Chitra Banerjee Divakaruni. She is an Indian-born American author and a poet who has received American Book Award for her work Arranged Marriage. Being a woman who already belongs to two cultural backgrounds, she has written on the intersections of migration, identity, and women's experiences, being in the canon of diasporic writing. So, diaspora, we already know the meaning of diaspora, that is transcending the boundaries and creating a place in another country that where we doesn't belong to. So, it also declares to the exiled people and also the immigrant people who are going to that a new part of a world where they wanted to create their own identity. So one of the major themes of Devakani's writing is transcending boundaries. So what might be transcending? It is not only the boundary she's transcending within the country, from the one country to another country. It is also regarding she is transcending the person itself. So how a person is changing from a perspective of being in one place to changing into another place. So I am coming to the title Oleander Girl. So why I chose this title? This Oleander Girl itself denotes, stands out for its poignant exploration of cultural displacement and searching for oneself. So, if we are saying that what is searching for oneself, we'll definitely find out by the proceeding of the novel Oleander Girl. It outlines the story of Kirobi Roy, who is situated in Calcutta in a remote part of India. So, where she is being caged as a bird with an art of love about her grandparents, so who was Sarojini and Bimal Prasad Roy. She was born. She was born in a very conservative family where she couldn't go outside and do anything at all. So as she was raised by these parents, she is like a caged bird who couldn't go and explore more. And as she attained the level of maturity, she is being engaged to a person called Rajat, who is also a very conservative family member. So there is a twist of turn comes before the night of her engagement that she visualizes a dream of her mother, which embodies as a person, but she is not alive. So, as Anu, the mother of Karobi, was already dead while delivering her, so she is standing in front of a window and showing, pointing out to some kind of ocean. So, what might be there beyond the ocean? So, now Karobi finds a purpose and sees that what might be lying beyond the ocean. So, let me say that so why is that title? The oleander girl comes, the title comes from a flower that we usually see by the roadside or else in a garden. So the flower is actually a replica of beautiness. So if I'm able to present the presentation, I might be showing you the picture of oleander. So the flower itself is beautiful, yet poisonous, fragile, yet resilient. So we can question that how can a flower be resilient? So a flower cannot be resilient, obviously, but the resilient nature here denotes that whoever touches the beautiness of flower will absolutely has the punishment of death. So that poisonous the flower is. So that is the actual characteristics of resilience. So the same characteristics of resilience could be seen in the characteristics of Kerobi also. So how can a girl who is as caged as a bird in a conservative family is being as person who is being resilient? So we'll let into that also. So there is a turning point coming in Kerobi's life where she learns that she doesn't belong to India. So we are seeing that already she belongs to India, Calcutta. She has born in that, but how is she being belonging to some other else country? So now she is learning a new turning point, that is her father, that is the person who was told to dead in the previous years of her life is American. So that is he is in another country person, and she is going to find him. So also she's coming to know that the father has already been dead, is coming to alive, that is he is staying alive. So she wanted to search for her father to find her true identity. It is not in the novel that where is she going and how is she finding her father. It is about the girl who was very shy and introverted in nature is going beyond the boundaries to reach for her father. So that resilient nature could be seen here. So she couldn't even set out her foot out of her own home, but she is going out to do something that is beyond even imagination. So now, after finding her father, so what will the identity she will be choosing? That is the main thing we want to see. So we'll be saying that she might be choosing American identity because she belongs to the America, and also her father is alive and his mother is not. So we can simply say that. But Karobi, leaving all that beyond, she's choosing a midway of identity, that is a third space. She's creating a third space. We can say that the hybridity that we can see that by the unifying culture of both the American and Indian culture, she is choosing to be a mixed culture within herself. So we can see the living examples all through this in this world. So what are all the findings that I found in this novel is basically the embracing hybridity. So how can we embrace hybridity? By accepting that, obviously. So we cannot say that I belong to this culture and will be living by that culture. So even we are saying that we are all Indian by birth, we are living in the westernized culture, we are adapting that. So we must accept the fact and just move on. So that was the main part that Karobi understood and has attained the level of maturity to accept and adapt the culture. So Oleander Girl illustrates that identity is complex, hybrid, and fluid, rooted in crossing and reconciling boundaries, illustrating how the search for self is not about choosing one shore over another, but about inhabiting the space between two shores. So, between two shores, that is the actual title given by me in the paper. So, now with the quote, I'm concluding, not until we are lost do we begin to understand ourselves. Without being lost, nobody could be found. Thank you so much. Ma'am, you are not audible. Sorry, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. I cannot hear you.
Wait for a minute, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Just wait for a minute, ma'am. She's joining again.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello. 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 Am I audible now, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. You're
Ma'am?
audible, ma'am.
Okay. So, Rachel, that was a very good paper. You are talking about resilience in women and how a girl in search of a father who was very timid and introvert becomes resilient and overcomes all these things to, so she crosses the border. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Um, so, uh, so what is in what according to you, you have written a research paper on resilience.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
in what way do you think women should uh, come out or become empowered? How do you think a girl can become empowered?
Yes, ma'am. In my point of view, the title of the conference is saying that border, bodies, and belongings. So I have
Hmm.
chosen that belong.
Okay. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Just a minute, ma'am. She has logged out.
Yes, Rachel. Rachel. So, Rachel, you're back, but I'm not able to hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, now I can hear you. Yes, tell me.
Yes, ma'am. So the resilience is the theme that I have chosen, as you have already told. So empowerment lies within the women itself. So they are all searching for a particular belonging. So in this conference title itself, we say that borders, bodies, and belongings. So I have chosen exactly the belongings. Women is searching for a separate place as a belonging. So they want to belong in any other place, that they want to belong in their in-laws place and also their parents' place. But I am saying that women should create their own identity by adding something to their name. Then their name was given by their parents. So that's they all can do. And now the women should create a new identity within themselves by exploring themselves. Even in my paper, I have taken this work. Kerobi Roy is a very simple character. The only trait that added is that she has come out of her comfort zone. So that has actually made her to create an identity by herself. So after finding her father, she is not gaining the surname of her father. She is creating a new Kerobi of her own self. So that a woman should carry. That can definitely empower her, ma'am.
Yeah, great. Very good. So, all the very
Thank you,
best,
ma'am.
and thank you for this wonderful paper, Rachel. Thank
Thank
you.
you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next participant.
Next, Mrs. M. Satyaprabha, ma'am, you can start your presentation.
Satyaprabha, you have to unmute yourself. Again, Satyaprabha, unmute yourself, ma. I'm not able to hear Satyaprabha.
Hello. Good noon to
Hello.
all.
Yes.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes. Is this Satyaprabha or Punita?
No, I am Dr. Punita.
So, okay. Okay. So, Dr. Punita, welcome. You're presenting a paper?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Yes. You are
Okay.
very much audible. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Um, Actually, the title of my paper is Resilience of Power Through Language in Perumal Murugan's One Part Woman, with a quote of Dr. Viorica Marian, which she had mentioned in the part of language. I'll just start my presentation as every new language we speak shapes how we extract and interpret the information. Power, of course, it is omnipotent, and the sense of the word power has its own advantages and disadvantages. It might bring any drastic change in a person's life, whether it is a fall or a rise. The resilience is the powerhouse of any individual. And power, along with the resilience, it is an extraordinary quality to be nurtured and cherished in society. And for this nurturing, the writers like Perumal Murugan, they are using their knowledge of language, their knowledge of literature, not only the knowledge, the medium of language and literature to enhance their readers, who are the part of the society. Of course, we all know about Perumal Murugan, sir. He is a prolific writer who raises his voice through the language he knew and imparts the readers with a path to resilience. All his characters, they are packed with a greater source of energy. Their way of behaving towards each other and then to the society, they also, each and every act of them depicts the inner strength, authority that prevails among the people towards their fellow mankind. One Part Woman is a chosen work of mine, which was written by Perumal Murugan, which explores the resilience of power through language in the context of the patriarchal societal setup in rural India. He uses his unique voice and style to challenge the dominant narratives of Tamil literature, which traditionally excluded the voices of the downtrodden. His use of idiomatic lexicon and agglutinative structure creates a distinct pattern of reading that reflects the experiences of laymen. Actually, why I have chosen this way? This paper tries to probe into the world of Perumal Murugan and bring forth the challenges faced by his characters, which were powerfully expressed through the vocabulary. The handling of sensitive topics elegantly with an unstoppable flow of language itself is a challenging task for the author, and of course, he did it very efficiently. And he weaves a compelling narrative that explores the complexities of love, desire, sacrifice, and the constant battle between the societal expectations and personal freedom. He took a sensitive approach to exploring certain themes, offering readers a window into a world where tradition clashes with individual desires and repercussions of such conflicts. Actually, the novel, it is set in the 1940s in a small interior village of Tamil Nadu. It narrates the story of Ponna and Kali, a doting couple belonging to the farmer community, and their happiness being marred by their inability to have a child. The language is used by the author as a tool of society which controls, which dictates roles and expectations very clearly. It is used to reinforce patriarchal norms and expectations, particularly in the context of marriage and childbearing. There are many elements like power dynamics, identity, societal hierarchy, patriarchal constructs, and so on. But everything had been discussed in very simple language. He uses this sort of a simple language to create a sense of solidarity and shared experience among his characters. This novel, this chosen novel of mine, it illustrates how language can shape public opinion and influence individual behavior. Ponna. She's one of the leading character in this novel. She's a loving, doting, obedient, and subservient wife, the kind of where every man's choice and imagination, who comes running at a snap of her husband's fingers. Ponna and Kali, they had been married for 12 years, and not having any child of their own is their only sorrow. And when they don't have any hire, the society never leaves the choice to the couple. Instead, they started some rumors and gossip surrounding both of them. And we're talking about the infertility in a way like a woman without a child is like a flower without fragrance, which highlights the societal expectation that women should bear children and the pressure that accompanies that. The pain and inflictions of the pain are clearly pictured by the author. They are ridiculed, ostracized by each and every individual of that village. They are verbally abused as barren and are shamed about their infertility at every chance that crosses the other people. The following sentence from the text, it illustrates how they were talked about in the society. The villagers would talk, and their words would be like knives, cutting deep into their hearts. And the pressure on Kali and Ponna to procreate is conveyed through the language, highlighting the power dynamics at play. This novel explores how language shapes identity, particularly for women. Excuse me. Ponna faced the humiliation of not bearing the child highly when compared with her husband. Even though she fulfills her duty as a good partner of Kali, she was frequently cornered by her mother-in-law, stating that she is replacing Ponna with another bride, that is choosing second wife or second marriage for Kali. The emotional turmoil of Ponna is very clear through the author's expression. Ponna's voice would tremble with emotion as she spoke of her longing for a child. By such powerful and true words from the bottom of the heart of the author glorifies the characters' emotions and their inner experiences. The novel portrays the complexity of human emotions and the ways in which language can be used to express and navigate these emotions. The characters, they portrayed by the author, they are surreal. There might be a Kali and Ponna in the society even today. And the use of language reflects their negotiation of identity and their place within the societal norms. Even though both of them they are affectionate towards each other, Kali's inner turmoil and Ponna's resilience are conveyed through their language and actions. Ponna's eyes would flash with anger and her voice would rise in defiance, highlights Ponna's resilience and determination as she navigates her identity and plays within the societal norms. The novel clearly explores the complexities of desire and intimacy in their relationships. Kali is very affectionate. Being a grown-up person, he often gets scolded by his mother for his affection towards his wife. He was actually glorying Ponna. He was that so doting her. But he ignores her scolding. Kali's love for Ponna is deep and abiding. By the words, "You are the apple of my eye, my pearl, my treasure." The novel highlights how language is used to assert, maintain, or challenge power dynamics, particularly in the relationships between men and women. It plays a crucial role in constructing and reinforcing notions of masculinity and femininity. The novel highlights how language can be used to assert dominance and control over others. The expectations placed upon women can be suffocating, denying them the freedom to make their own choices. This highlights on the suffocating expectations forced upon women, thereby curtailing their freedom to make a decision of their own. When Ponna is facing this sort of obstructions, Kali's is of another type. A man without a child is not a real man. Reflects the societal expectation that men should be able to father children and the impact on Kali's sense of masculinity. They are intrigued with so many doubts, first of themselves and secondly of their own family members. Language, it is used to assert dominance and control over others, particularly in the context of patriarchal relationships. The elders would say, a woman's body is like a field, it needs to be plowed and sown. These words explicitly states how women are objectified. The use of language in this objectification, it illustrates norms of the dominance and control over women's bodies by the society and not by herself. The novel also points out how language can be used to challenge the societal norms and its expectations. The author paints about the resilient nature of Kali's character as Kali's mind would rebel against the tradition, but he would not dare to speak out. Here it showcases the inner conflict and the potential for language to be used as a tool for resistance and change. Further, it emphasizes on both Kali and Ponna's determination to find a solution to their infertility, stressing their resistance and their willingness to adapting to the changes. Meeting many astrologers, visiting temple after temple, and trying out all the suggestions offered to them by their kith and kin. They were forced to make a final decision in making their dream of a child to come true. The couple, after a long time, are desperately pushed to the brink. The longing for a child can consume a person's every waking thought, encapsulates the desperation and yearning experienced by every couple in the society who yearn to become parents. The deep yet powerful language of the author explicitly dictates the societal norms designed and expected to be followed by all. But without knowing why one needs to follow these norms, sacrificing his or own pleasure and happiness remains unanswered till date. This analysis of my chosen writer and his work, it ends with an ending note of the author. In the end, it is our own truth that matters regardless of societal expectations, which emphasizes the importance of staying true to oneself despite the pressures and expectations imposed by the society. And through his medium of writing and the powerful tool of language, the author insists that on embracing our own truth, one can lead a more fulfilling and meaningful life that aligns with the core essence, transcending the limitations imposed by society's stance. Thank you for your patience listening, ma'am. With this, I'll end my presentation. Any queries?
Dr. Punita, that
Yes,
was a
ma'am.
really good paper. But I have a few questions because you are talking about how language influences the actions of the characters.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were talking about resilience also. So my
Yes, ma'am.
first question is resilience alone a solution for marginalization or oppression?
Resilience to a certain extent. It is not the only solution, but to a certain extent, yes, you have to be resilient. And once everything is in the thin line, ma'am, difference between the resilience and the oppression. You have to raise your voice in order to overcome that oppression and everything. But that is my opinion, ma'am.
Okay, fine, ma'am. And your author is Peruban Murugan, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So this question always intrigues me because can a male author express the feelings of women accurately?
That is that turmoil, that emotion that women faces. Yes, ma'am. Because we all know, being women, we all know what will be the situation, consequence if we are in that same situation.
Okay. Anyway, ma'am. Okay, fine, ma'am. And you are also talking about expectations of the society
Yes, ma'am.
actually suffocates a woman so much.
Yes, ma'am.
So you were working on this paper. So based on your experiences or reading, do you think what do you think? What is the solution for
Ma'am, we
avoiding
can
this
live.
kind of suffocation?
No, ma'am. We have to take the life as it flows, ma'am. we cannot there is the society cannot we cannot be enslaved by the society, but we have to be very cautious, and we have to live according to our conscience.
So no
Because one
need for a suffocation like this.
Yes, ma'am. That is there.
Yeah.
When I read through the novel, I felt that it is your life. Why are you taking this so into your heart, and why are you dwelling that? Why are you considering this as a suffocation? You come out. That was the idea that crossed my mind when I read through this novel, ma'am. There are other
Okay.
alternatives. You have to go for it, but in 1940s, it is impossible. Now
Okay,
it's
ma'am. And okay, that's nice. Yeah, actually, when a woman is not able to conceive, I think the society puts the whole pressure on the woman rather than the man, who can be the reason behind that
yes,
in a
ma'am.
majority of ways. So
Yes,
anyway,
ma'am.
we have to voice out this to come out of this. That was a wonderful paper, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Uh,
Shall I sign
thank you,
out,
ma'am.
ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Shall I sign out, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, you can, ma'am. So I'm calling the next participant.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All the very best, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next, I would like to call Dr. Johnson to present your paper.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you're audible and I can see your slide also.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon to especially chairperson Dr. Vasuki, ma'am. The way you are asking question was fantastic, ma'am. The way you listen, the person also that was fantastic. Now I would like to talk about my topic: migration, exile, and displacement in the works of Anita Desai and Kiran Desai. And Anita Desai and Kiran Desai are Indian writers. Everybody knows about that. I want to give the small introduction about Anita Desai. She was Indian novelist and also professor. And she won some awards, Padma Bhushan, Guardian Children's Fiction Prize. And we'll move on to the next writer, Anita Desai. She is the daughter of Anita Desai, everybody knows. And she has written two important novels, The Inheritance of Loss and Halabala and the Goa Orchard. And she also won the awards Booker Prize and National Book of Critics Circle Award for fiction. So here, migration, exile, and displacement are some of the most important themes in the post-colonial literature. They reflect the struggles of individual and communities who move across borders, whether voluntarily or by compulsion. Such movements bring identity crisis, cultural negotiation, and diasporic struggles. Ma'am, can you change the slides, ma'am? First slide. Ma'am, can you change the slide? First slide, ma'am. Yes. So here, Anita Desai focuses on the psychological and emotional aspects of alienation and how individuals feel lost, rootless, and fragmented. But Kiran Desai is totally that not against Anita Desai. No, she follows the next level. On the other hand, situates migration in the globalized political context, showing how economic inequalities and colonial legacies affect migration. Next one, ma'am. Ma'am, next slide, please. Yes. So here, from the two novels, from the two writers, I have chosen three novels from the two writers. The first one is In Bye Bye Blackbird and The Zigzag Way from Anita Desai, The Inheritance of Loss from Kiran Desai. So in Bye Bye Blackbird, Anita Desai portrays the struggles of Indian immigrants in 1960s England. So the whole novel focusing on the themes cultural displacement, especially on the characters of Dev, Adit, and Sara. And here Dev suffers from alienation and feels rejected by British society, or it attempts to assimilate into English culture, but this assimilation comes at the cost of his Indian society. The whole novel highlights tension between belonging and exclusion faced by first generation migration. The same kind of the theme, migration and cultural estrangement, you can see in the second novel in the zigzag way. So in the novel focuses the themes of immigration and cultural exploitation. And here, Anita Desai moves beyond India to Mexico. The protagonist, the main character of the novel, Eric, searches for his ancestral roots and confronts the forgotten history of Indian labors in Mexico. The whole novel illustrates cross cultural displacement where identity is fragmented across multiple geographies. Migration here is not just a physical, but also an inner fragmentation and existential crisis. Next one. Yes. So, globalization and fracture identities in Kiran Desai's work. And here I have taken only one novel from Kiran Desai, that is The Inheritance of Loss, that was published in 2006. Kiran Desai addresses immigration in the age of globalization from the novel The Inheritance of Loss. With the character of Bijo, an undocumented Indian worker in the US experiences exploitation, invisibility, and constant insecurity. He presents the struggles of thousands of low wage immigrants who live between hope and humiliation. Back in India, Soy is another character. The residents of Kalimbang deal with the colonial legacies and the Gorgland insurgency. Their lives, the two characters' lives, reveal how migration and displacements are not only external but also deeply rooted in local political conflicts. For Kiran Desai, migration is a paradox. It promises hope but often leads to disillusionment. Her narrative exposes the contradictions of globalization, where opportunities exist but are unevenly distributed. Next one. So here, comparative analysis between the two writers, that means mother and daughter, Anita Desai and Kiran Desai. Anita Desai is focused on introspective and psychological level, especially focused on alienation, inner conflict, and individual sense of loss. But if you look at the daughter of Anita Desai, that means Kiran Desai, and mainly focused on political and global, especially on foregrounds are class struggles, economic inequalities, and international displacement. Both writers share common themes of nostalgia, hybridity, and cultural loss. The difference lies on their generational perspective. Anita writes from a post independence Indian standpoint, but Kiran Desai writes from a 21st century globalization context. And the next one, and how role of gender. Next one, ma'am. How role of gender, class, and memory are the important part from these two writers, especially how they focused on gender. Women face double displacement, not only cultural uprootedness, but also patriarchal restriction. The second one, class. Class also another important point from the two writers' novels. The first one, characters like Biju from The Inheritance of Loss, poor immigrants and the cook's son struggle at the margins. In contrast, wealthier characters have the privilege of mobility and choice. The third one, memory, another important part from their novel. Here, the first one, from the character of the zigzag way, Eric. Memory becomes a way to recover lost histories. And the novel from Kiran Desai, In Inheritance of Loss, collectively memory, that means Gorgaland insurgency, shapes identity and belonging. Thus, Identity is a product of gender roles, class divisions, and historical memory. The next one, ma'am. Yes, with my conclusion, the finding of the paper, and here migration in the works of both Anita and Kiran Desai represents more than just physical movements. It is psychological inner alienation and existential loss, pulses the struggle of balancing identities between two worlds, political inequalities, colonial legacies, and globalization. The mainly Anita Desai emphasizes emotional and existential alienation, but Kiran Desai emphasizes global inequalities and fractured migrant lives. Both writers enriched post-colonial literature by portraying and how identity, memory, and belonging remain deeply contested in diasporic experiences. That's it, ma'am. This is the presentation from my side. And thank you, ma'am, that the place is yours, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, okay. Nice presentation, Dr. Johnson.
Thank you,
Um,
ma'am.
so you had taken the topic of migration, displacement,
Exile,
and
yes, ma'am.
intersectionality of gender also. We're talking
Yes, ma'am.
about how women are doubly displaced both culturally and uh, politically, right? No, patriarchally. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So how do you related this paper to to the theme of the conference? Like, how do you relate it to the borders, bodies, and uh,
Ma'am, yeah, and Anita Desai and Kiran Desai, they are focused on migrations, ma'am. From the novels of Anita Desai, Bye Bye
hmm,
Blackbird, the character they have moved from India to England, ma'am. And here,
okay.
from the novel of Kiran Desai, Biju is a character from move from India to US. And here, from the characters of both novels, and they have faced lot of problem when they moved from India, that means their own land to their other country. And here,
Hmm,
both mother and daughter, they are focused how much they struggled a lot when they moved from one place to another place.
hmm.
Ma'am, can you hear my voice, ma'am?
Yes, yes, yes. I can. I can.
Right. Yes, ma'am. So, through the characters, both writer, mother and daughter, they have shown how much they struggled. What are the problems they faced when they moved from one place to, that means about another place. So, this is what I have found from their novels.
So that is crossing borders.
Yes,
Then
ma'am.
there
That's
also they face
yes,
objectification,
cultural.
women,
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. They faced a lot
and
of
then
problems there.
finally sense of belonging. So identity crisis. So that is how you have
Yes, ma'am.
structured
Yes,
your
yes, yes.
paper.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for your wonderful presentation, Dr. Johnson. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank all the members and the chairmen then who helped me a lot to present the paper. I don't know the person's name who was following me from yesterday to till now. I would like to thank all the person and I would like to thank the HOD ma'am and other faculty members for giving me this opportunity to present the paper through online mode. Thank you, ma'am. The special thanks to our
Thank.
chairman, Dr. R. Vasugi, madam. Thank you so much, ma'am.
It was nice to have you with us, Dr. Johnson. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you,
So the
sir.
next participant.
Next, I would like to call Mrs. Kali ma'am to present your paper.
So Miss Kali, you're welcome. Please unmute yourself, Kali. Kali, your mute. You have your mic is muted.
Yeah, wait, ma'am, wait, ma'am.
Yes.
You. Ma'am, I'm audible. Am I audible,
Yes, you are
ma'am?
very much audible. Yes, 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 audible. You can start your presentation. Okay, so Kali is facing some technical problems, I think.
Shall we move on to the next participant, ma'am, then?
Yes, ma'am.
Next, Maithili, ma'am, are you ready to present your paper?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. I'm ready to present.
Okay, ma'am, you can.
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So it is my pleasure to present my paper titled Narrative Fracture and Diasporic Identity and Symbolism in Jumbalagari's Lowland. I have taken this topic from the novel named The Lowland from the author Jumba Lahiri. So he is one of and most popular Indian author. Of course, we know Jumba Lahiri is one of the most acclaimed diasporic writer, and her works often deal with the struggles of identity, memory, and belongings, and they were thinking about the past and which has some connections with our present and future, and especially among the immigrant family. So I have chosen this novel The Lowland, which I have thought that it has a more connection with this uh, conference title. So The Lowland, she tells the story.
I'm not able to hear you, Maithili.
Ma'am, am I audible now, ma'am?
Yes, you are now audible.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. So they were especially about their immigrant family. The novel were about immigrant family, and the characters like Udayan, Subhash, and Gauri, they everyone have faced a certain type of belongings, and how they have migrated from Calcutta, and how they have moved to the America, and how they are sustaining there, and how they are thinking about their belongings and their past life, and how it has some connection with the present. So the story is among these things. What makes this novel particularly powerful is not just the story, but how the Lahari has make fragmented, how it has narratively fragmented, and it is a non-linear fragmented narratives, and moving from the past and present. So it is not structured in an a normal tone, and it has some deviations from present and past. The story is about present and past, so that's what I have chosen, that this.
Again, I'm not able to hear Maithili.
Hello, ma'am. Audible? I'm audible now.
Yes, now you are audible.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. That's the stories about how their belongings, and this story is also not well structured in a narrative a linear way, and it is a non-linear structure, and it has some symbols of silence, withholding, and secrecy, and um, and also we can talk about the Bella, the daughter of Gauri, and how the secret has always it has maintained for a long time in their life, and only at the end of the novel she has came to know about her real story, and what about her biological father, and what it happened, and why they are the protagonist like Gauri and her husband is not very affectionate, and how why their family is broken, and at last she came to know about that story. So this This novel has some contracts like landscape of
Again, I'm not able to hear. You are not audible, Maithili. Is it my problem or I hope I don't know if it is of my problem or Maithili's problem.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible now, ma'am?
Now you are audible.
Okay, ma'am. So even I have chosen some diasporic scholars' ideas also, like Rohin and Robin Avdar and Stuart Hall also. So that's the conclusion, ma'am. That's my title and the paper. Uh, Hello, ma'am. I'm not audible, ma'am. Hello.
Sorry. Can you present your conclusion once again, Dr. Maithili?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Actually, my conclusion
Ah,
is that how the story has some connections of in past and the present, and how they are migrated, and how about their belongings of the past, and that's what the symbols also they have used some of the symbols also they have used in this novel, and that's what I have taken this for on paper, and that's what my paper, ma'am. The
okay.
contrast
What
story,
is
yeah.
the title of your paper?
Ma'am, narrative techniques, ma'am.
Okay, narrative techniques. Okay.
Narrative fractures and diasporic identity, ma'am. And I have also chosen some symbolisms, ma'am.
Symbols. Okay. Okay. Okay, Dr. Maithili. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. And your
Okay.
paper was well good. So you were talking about the immigrant family
Yeah, yes,
and
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
contrasting it
Yes,
with the
ma'am.
narrative using
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
studying the narrative techniques. Okay.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, dear Maithili.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you
Thank
for
you,
the
ma'am.
paper.
Thank you. Thank
You
you
are
for your
from? You
kindness,
are
ma'am.
from?
Thank you so much. Ma'am, I'm from
Yeah.
Sri Shanmuga College of Engineering and Technology, ma'am, Salem.
Salem. Okay. Okay. Thank you,
Yeah,
ma'am.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am.
So the next participant.
Thank you, ma'am. The next participant is Satyaprabha, ma'am.
Okay.
Satyaprabha, ma'am, you can present your screen, ma'am.
Satyaprabha is presenting, but are you presenting? I'm not able to hear you. But I can see your slide. Satyaprabha,
Satyaprabha, ma'am, are you
ah,
there to present?
Ma'am,
Yes,
good afternoon.
Satyaprabha. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Ma'am, myself Kali, ma'am.
Okay. What happened to Satyaprabha?
Ma'am, I think there is a technical issues. Now the presenter name
You,
is Kali, ma'am.
so you have not yet presented?
Yeah, ma'am.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, Kali. Yes, you can
Yeah,
continue.
yeah. A pleasant good afternoon to everyone present here. I feel very blessed to be the presenter here as one of my alumni. I'm the alumni of the college. I feel very happy to present the paper here, ma'am. Today I'm going to talk on the paper titled Speaking for the Land, Post-Colonial Eco-Criticism in Imbolo Mebu, How Beautiful We Were. Actually, my writer is a Cameroonian American novelist and a short story writer based in New York City. She is known for her debut novel Behold the Dreamers, which was published in the year 2016, and which gained her the Penn Faulkner Award for fiction. Then Blue Metropolis Words to Change Award. Then the selected novel for my paper is how Beautiful We Were is her second novel, which was published in the year 2021. It is actually an environmentalist novel. It is based on her childhood day experience in Cameroon. Now, this is actually is not just a story about an African village. It is a testimony of how land, people, and identity are bound together. This is based on the colonial and neo-colonial powers exploit both. Let me begin with the context that Imbolo, a Cameroonian American writer, set her novel in a fictional village named Koswa. The people of Koswa usually they live with nature, they live close with nature, their land, rivers, and forests sustain them. But every situation, all that situation changes when an American oil company picks and drills their land. Or due to drilling, the oil spills. Due to the oil spills, the water poison. Because of water poisoning, many of the children living there got disease. These are all revealing the ecological violence that comes with capitalistic greed. Here, we can see the post-colonial eco-criticism at work. Eco-criticism is a study the relationship between the literature and the environment. Here, the post-colonial eco-criticism goes to a step further. It examines how colonization and its aftershock reshape not only the people but also the landscape. In Kosovo, the destruction of environment is directly tied to the colonial history of Africa, where the resources were extracted for profitable purpose. Here, the local voices were silenced. Mebu gives voice to the land by showing how its degradation mirrors the suffering of the people. Here, the river poisoned is not just an environmental tragedy, it's a symbol of the broken covenant between nature and the community. The land speaks through the sickness of children, through barren soil, and through the villagers' resistance. The novel also raises the question of who has the right to speak for the children, especially the mothers who take leadership. They refuse silence and demand justice, linking the survival of future generation with the healing of the land. This intersection of gender and environment and the post-colonial struggle makes the novel deeply powerful. Another important aspect is eco-resistance. Here, the oil company and the corrupt government try to suppress their voices. The villagers' collective memory and their oral tradition preserve their ecological knowledge. Their resistance is not only political, it is ecological, cultural, and also spiritual. So, what does Imbolo ultimately suggests is she reminds us that environmental justice is inseparable from social justice. Post-colonial nation cannot heal unless their lands are healed. Their lands are healed. And the literature, like how beautiful we were, becomes a form of activism. It gives voice to the silenced, challenges exploitation, and reimagines a more sustainable relationship with the earth. Actually, to conclude, Imbolo Mebu's novel teaches that speaking for the land is not just about saving nature in isolation. It is about restoring dignity, reclaiming history, and ensuring survival. That the post-colonial eco-criticism allow us to see how ecological struggles are tied to colonial exploitation and how literature can open space for resistance and also for healing. Thus, if we did not fight, who could speak for the land? With this closing quote, I'm finishing my presentation, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for giving me this
Okay,
opportunity.
okay. So it was on it was an eco-critical paper, right? On eco-criticism, and you were voicing out
Yeah.
how to voice for nature, and speaking for the land is not just enough. You have to. It is not just a voice for eco-criticism. It is also a voice for dignity and belonging, right,
Yes,
ma'am?
ma'am.
Kali,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Okay, that was
Yes,
really nice.
ma'am.
And
Yeah.
you had seen. It was a new dimension that you are working in your paper. So really good.
Thank you,
Wish
ma'am.
that you do more. You delve more. You go more deeper into such kind of a research. Thank you so much, ma'am. Kali, ma'am.
Yeah. Sure, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for all my lovable professors. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
So now the next Satya Prabha, are you again inside?
Is the next presenter is Satya Prabha, ma'am?
Ah, yes. Satya Prabha, I'm still not able to hear you.
Satya Prabha, ma'am, are you there?
In volume, if you volume either raise panana, you can raise it. Just check. We can see your slide. Really good. But unfortunately, we are not able to hear you. So, ma'am, what can we do, ma'am?
We can wind up the session, ma'am.
Okay, but
Okay. Yeah,
Satya
just a minute,
Prabha?
ma'am.
No,
She's
no
not
problem.
available, ma'am. We can wind up the session, ma'am.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Just a minute, ma'am. Please
So,
hold on, ma'am.
yeah. Ah.
Okay. Now it's time to thank our chairperson. Gratitude unlocks the wholeness of life. To unlock our gratitude, I invite ever studious and tender-hearted Mrs. M. Jayakala ma'am to propose a vote of thanks. Respected chairperson, distinguished presenters,
Esteemed participants and dear audience, it's my privilege and honor to extend the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing team for today's online presentation. First and foremost, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our chairperson, Dr. R. Vasuhi, MA, PhD, PGDTE, Assistant Professor of English at Manonmaniam Sundarar University, for kindly accepting our invitation for presiding over the session and for guiding us with her valuable insights and observations. Her encouraging words and scholarly remarks have enriched the quality of this session and inspired all the presenters. I also sincerely thank all the paper presenters for their well researched and thought provoking presentations that made today's session intellectually stimulating. Next, I thank all the participants and audience for their active engagement, patience, and enthusiasm throughout the events. Finally, I extend my gratitude to the organizing committee and technical team for their seamless coordination in making this online event a success. Once again, we thank all for your valuable time and academic contribution. We are truly honored by your presence. Thank you all and wishing you continued success in your academic pursuits. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the principal and staff of Govindammal College, and a special thanks to Dr. Uma Devi ma'am for inviting me as a chairperson for this wonderful conference, and all the presenters. The papers were really very good, and I wish them all success in their future research endeavors. Thank you once and all for your kind hospitality and love that you rendered upon me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, can I leave?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Uma ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so
Okay,
much for your
okay.
valuable
Thank you.
time, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to our esteemed guests, professors, scholars, and students. Welcome to another wonderful session. It is indeed a golden opportunity for each one of us to enrich and enlighten ours also. Without further ado, let us dive into our promising schedule. Let me call upon our English Literary Association Secretary, Dr. C.K. Uma Devi ma'am, to deliver the welcome address.
A very good afternoon to everyone joining us today. I am very happy to say that we have successfully completed our morning session with Dr. Tamimul Ansari sir and also the paper presentation session in 9 panels with 9 chairpersons from various other institutions. Now we are entering into the next session, that is the second session of this wonderful event. I deemed it a great pleasure to introduce you Mr. Mohammad Siddiq Krombi, an eminent person and an excellent academician from the land of South Africa, who has accepted our invitation amidst his busy schedule and given his consent to be our resource person on this auspicious occasion. He has involved in education and training for more than 25 years. He is an excellent lecturer, trainer, mentor, coach, administrator, consultant, and facilitator. He has completed his BA in Industrial Psychology and Sociology, a diploma in Public Administration, a master's degree in Public Administration, and a higher diploma in Education from the University of Western Cape. Then he continued his studies at the Italian School for Foreigners in Italian language and culture and completed certificate in beginners Italian, certificate in advanced Italian, certificate in basic mediation skills, and certificate in advanced mediation skills. He worked as a banker in Nedbank, South Africa, a secondary school teacher and head of the department in Strand Secondary School, Western Cape Education Department, a lecturer in Peninsula Technikon, Cape Town, a lecturer in IMM, International Graduate School of Marketing, Stellenbosch, Western Cape, a trainer and facilitator in West Cape Education Department, Western Cape Province, and also in Shantuka Small Business Development Center, Cape Town. He served as a director in the board of directors for Elgin Learning Foundation, a director in the board of directors for Belgis Training Center, and also a director in the board of directors of the Voice of the Cape radio station. Moreover, he served as a chairperson of board of directors in ICRA Learning Center, a chairperson of Poland Technical College Board of Directors, a chairperson of Strand Technical College Board, a chairperson of Strand Jetty Board of Trust, a director in Tucor Private Limited Tourist Company, and a member of Helderberg Hospice Board of Directors. He has published 2 books. His Apartheid Diary is a book on the experiences of a person classified as colored in South Africa. His next book, titled South African Rugby Untold Stories from the Divided Nation, is a book which relays the trials, tribulations, and sacrifices of former non-racial sporting greats. He has published many articles, booklets, and newsletters too. He worked in different countries like Mozambique, Egypt, Algeria, Russia, and Namibia. At present, he is working as a lecturer, trainer and coach, administrator, and consultant. He is such an expertise in all the fields. Now, on behalf of our Department of English, I extend a very warm welcome to you, sir.
Thank you and good morning.
Dr. Sir, we are very lucky to have you as our resource person today. For that, we thank Dr. Tamimul Ansari, sir, for the bottom of our heart. Sir, now we are eagerly expecting to hear more from you about Global South literature and theory. I assure all the participants of this program that this conference will prove to be fruitful and informative for all the members participating in the conference. On behalf of our college, once again, I extend a hearty welcome to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that very long and tedious introduction. I was actually listening to you and I didn't realize it was me. But thank you for the kind words that you have extended to me and the invitation that has been extended. I hope I will be able to vindicate the confidence, the confidence that you have instilled in me, and give credence to the platform. Thank you very much. I think I'll start off and do the presentation, which is the following presentation. Okay. Can you see? Has it come through yet? Would I be able to continue? Just give me an indication. Yeah, can I come in? Yeah. Once again, good morning to everybody. My topic obviously is within the theme that you have forwarded to me, which covers borders, bodies, and belongings. The global South. Obviously, I hail from the global South, and my topic will basically cover, or my presentation will cover, three areas. The global South obviously is a term that was coined by Charles Ogilvy in 1969. And what I'm trying to convey here is three levels. Firstly, I want to look at what this terminology and other terminology entails and means for us in the global South. And also to ensure that I bring into the context how these terminologies, basically words, terminologies, and the connotations that they have for us as the global South. I will also just touch on what the global South is and where the predetermined boundaries of the global South and how that plays itself up in geopolitical affairs of the world. So, and then lastly, I think I've been told by Dr. Ansari that I must focus on the literature that I've written. And if you just looked on my left shoulder and probably on your right side, you will see at the background, that's one of the books that I have written. So firstly, once again, I want to reiterate that the term was coined by Charles Oglesby in 1969. And beside the term global South, which I'll basically give a sense of where it is situated, we also have other terminologies like underdeveloped world, the third world, the developing countries, and so forth. And these different terminologies have different connotations. And usually the connotations which it has brings with it certain effects. And these effects which the terminologies basically brings for us, it stigmatizes. And if we look at the global South, you will see the stigmatization that it has. It has a number of characteristics. Global South means a number of things to the world order and the geopolitical order of this globe. So what we understand here is that the global North also has a stigmatization, but it is much more in a positive sense, whereas that of the global South is much more in a negative sense, because it sets for a certain parameters which allows unfair practices from those in the global North and powerful continents to basically exert their power over the global South. And when we talk about the global South, which I've also alluded previously, it denotes a negativity. It denotes a kind of paternalism and a parochialism, which is also classified as narrow-mindedness. And when we talk about all those negative connotations of the global south that is attributed to the global south, people basically then from the global north look, and their thoughts and their ideas are basically informed and infused by all this negativity. That is why sometimes when people from the global south countries visit the global north, they are obviously under greater scrutiny. And this is how this stigmatization, parochialism, and negativity plays itself out. And the global south is always at the backdrop, despite the fact that the global south is basically quite wealthy in natural resources, and the global south is quite wealthy in ideas and different methodologies. So who is this global south? And it's not necessarily defined by a geographical location. It is rather defined by wealth, quality of life, standard of living, and more other criteria. And who basically determines these criteria? These criteria are determined by those in the global north and in the wealthier. And just to give an idea why I say this, if we look at international institutions like the International Monetary Fund, over the years, it has basically always had a European as its head, whereas the World Bank, another international where countries can apply for international loans, similarly to the IMF, it is usually American that leads it. And just after World War II in 1944, a conference was held to basically build the world economy. The global economy was in tatters. And it was ravaged. Europe was ravaged by the war. And what transpired was that these powerful countries came together and they basically started creating institutions like the League of Nations, which later became the United Nations, the IMF, the World Bank, and a whole host, the World Health Organization, and a whole host of other organizations which were going to ensure that global affairs were going to be managed to the benefit of all. And that was basically how the global south and the global north eventually sprouted from. And we will find that when we talk about the global south, we basically talk mostly about countries in Africa, South America, Asia, and the Caribbean. But what is interesting is, despite the fact that some of the countries are geographically located in the global south or in the global north, they are basically part of the global north. And here we see Japan, because if you look at the category above, where it talks about wealth, quality of life, and standard of living, then Japan doesn't fall into that. Similarly, Singapore, Israel, despite being centrally located in the Middle East, is not part of them. We can also look at countries such as French Guiana, is another country which is in South America. And that country is also not seen as one of the global south countries. So I've already said that despite the fact that the global south is blessed with vast natural resources, it's still regarded as poor, it's still regarded as a low quality of life, and that the standard of living of the people are very low. So this is just a map to basically give us an indication of where the global south countries are the ones more in the darker gray color. And you will find that certain countries, for instance, in Asia, Mongolia is still part of, and South Korea, they are part of the, North Korea rather, they are part of the global north. Whereas we find countries like Australia and New Zealand are part of the global south. Part of the global north, despite them geographically located in the global south. So this is just a personal observation. If we look at the global south and the global north, one can immediately see that it is basically based on polarization of countries, but it is based on race. Because if you look at most of the countries that are regarded as rich and in the global north, are countries which are basically inhabited by Caucasians or white people, whereas the countries in the global south are mostly inhabited by those that are from a darker hue, people that are black and brown peoples. And that basically, to my mind, if I basically detract from that, and if I assume from that, then I can see it's based on racism. And this is one of the key factors why the world is still so much polarized on the basis of race. The global south concept, as well as the global north concept, through literature, are basically it is basically continuing in a different guise. It's through the use of words, terminologies like inferiority, underdevelopment, and it is seen that the global south always are in need of regular assistance and aid, that the global south can never basically survive without aid from the. So that is where I actually mentioned earlier a sense of paternalism, that the global south needs to be looked after, that the global south cannot stand on its own feet, and that there is great poverty stricken and greater literacy, which actually translates into different visions of the global south. We usually see when we watch the mainstream media, when that Africa is being depicted, it is people living in huts. It is children that wear tattered clothing. It usually is depicted as a country where wild animals roam. Not that there are not wild animals in Africa, but that is not what Africa is all about. Africa has got modern cities, it's got high-rise buildings, and it's got good infrastructure. It's got some of very good harbors, railway networks, etc. It's also got some very electronic connectivity. But when the media basically or the literature are written about Africa, it usually depicts it as backward, and the terminologies that are being used are the dark continent. And what does the dark continent mean? The dark continent obviously means that it is underdeveloped, that it is still backward, and that it is in need of great help to bring them out of the darkness into the light, into development. But sometimes we overanalyze these issues. We sometimes believe that we need to put it out there, and it sometimes seems like these kind of issues then are being sown as a need. We ourselves probably embed the ideas that we as Africans need help, and that is not like that, because what we have found, for instance, in the Sahel countries in Africa, there are three countries that have now actually decided to throw off the weight of the colonialist order. They were Francophone countries. Francophone countries are usually countries that were under the colonial auspices and power of France. And these countries, Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali. These three countries have now decided that they don't need the colonial order to tell them how to run their affairs, and they can stand on their own feet. It did not go down well. They're trying to basically eradicate the yoke of oppression, which is now not colonialism per se, but a new form of colonialism, and which we call neo-colonialism. And neo-colonialism is basically continue to be embedded through the media and through the entertainment industry. But I want to bring it closer to home. I want to bring it closer to South Africa. And in South Africa, for instance, we had a history and a legacy of colonialism. But even before colonialism, we had a history of slavery, where slaves were basically captured brought from the south coast of brought as we had political exiles that were actually captured, that fought against the Dutch in Java and Sumatra. They were brought to South Africa. Slaves were captured also in that area, as well as in India, on the south coast of India. Indentured laborers were also brought from India to the east coast of South Africa. And that is part of our legacy of colonialism, slavery, and apartheid. Apartheid was a system, a political system that was based on race. And I myself personally has been living under the system for a greater part of my life. And later on, I will basically elucidate and I will basically give an indication of my writings on why I believe that this part, apartheid, has actually been the most devastating. Not that slavery and colonialism has not been devastating, but I can confidently say that having lived under apartheid, I'm much more confident and I'm much more informed to speak about a political system that has basically taken our potential away and basically has negated us to second-class citizens in the country of our birth. In South Africa, in apartheid, it was a system of oppression and subjugation. And the legacy of that subjugation and oppression is still very much prevalent if we go around South Africa. And it is the system of apartheid was a system that was based on race. And this system that was based on race, unfortunately, put the white race group at the top and what we call the black race group, which made up 80% of the population, or maybe even 92 if we basically take all the others that counted into the black population group. The black population group was the African group, the different tribes. It was the people of mixed race, and it was the people that came from India as traders and indentured laborers. These people basically made up 92% of the population. But under apartheid, the minority population, which just made up 8% of the population, basically subjugated the 92% through military means and through security services. And they basically subjugated the 92% violently. And different laws were enacted to ensure that these people are kept in bondage. And I will look at some of the legislation pieces later on as well when I talk about the book. Right? Sorry about what happened here to the slides. I see that it might have overrun here. I don't know how that happened. But we will find in South Africa today, because of the legacy of apartheid, that 76% of land still belongs to the minority white race group, while 82% of the population sits with the other 24%. And that skewed legacy of yesteryear still continues unabatedly today. It is embedded in the South African economy and in the South African political system. And obviously, this actually leads to a lot of enmity. It leads to a lot of conflict still, and it plays itself out politically in South Africa as well. But in 2015 and in there were two movements to try and basically eradicate society from the decolonialization, or to rather to decolonize the society from a number of legacies of the past which apartheid, slavery, and colonialism brought. And the students at different universities came into uproar, and they had marches, and they basically requested through the two movements called Rhodes Must Fall, and the other one, Fees Must Fall. Rhodes Must Fall was basically a movement which came about where students basically called for the statues of former colonialists and apartheid relics, leaders of apartheid, to be removed. That certain names of institutions, certain names of streets and different other avenues, that they be removed because it was a reminder of oppression and subjugation. Now, the Rhodes Must Fall is basically, it basically alludes to Cecil John Rhodes. Cecil John Rhodes was an arch colonialism that came here to South Africa from England, and he tried to basically conquer the Western Cape, the province which I live from, Cape Town, that he wanted to conquer this province for the crown. But Cecil John Rhodes even went further. When the natural resources was excavated, the diamonds and the gold, Cecil John Rhodes set up a number of companies to basically corner these minerals for the British Crown. And in South Africa, the establishment of Anglo-American, which was a British company together with American interests, to basically corner the South African mineral wealth. And I can confidently say that South Africa is quite a wealthy country, and it can easily look after its population fairly well. But unfortunately, due to the embedded colonialist order that still remain, where despite the fact that we are politically a democracy, we still tend to find that our economy is still remaining in the hands of the white and colonial authorities. And these authorities obviously sits in boardrooms in Western capitals, and they are still the government of South Africa, despite being a democratic government and a progressive government, they still beholden to these boardrooms in Western countries. So, just to go back again to the literature, is that we find that South Africa has what we call a lot of stereotypes that emanates from our past. We still have a lot of bias, which are conscious and unconscious, which basically we all have bias, but it's when we act on it. And sometimes we in South Africa do find that on a micro level, it plays itself out because of that legacy of racism which we had from the past. And when I talk about the powerful elites in South Africa, that also alludes to some of those sitting in boardrooms in the Western countries or in Europe. And that's I will probably basically try to point out where it came from when I touch on my book, which will probably be the third part of my presentation. I think the question uppermost, I'm so sorry, I don't know what happened here, but it seems to be getting out of context, the writing. It wasn't like that early on. But anyway, so what can we do? One of the questions that I've also said to myself, we can overanalyze what the problems are. But what can we do as people that come from a legacy of oppression and subjugation? And one of the questions which are uppermost is, how can we counter the measures that are that are continuing the prevalent inequalities in our country and in the global South? And I think one of the things that I embarked upon was to relay and convey our own stories. Because what we sometimes find, and I'm alluding to my book, which I wrote, my book's name is My Apartheid Diary. And it is here at the back of me. And what we basically need to do, and I cover the areas which I have dealt with, like slavery, colonialism, in the book as well, and how it played itself out in my country, South Africa. Under slavery, people were brought as slaves from India and Madagascar and Tanzania, from the west coast of, from the east coast of Africa. And as they came around the Cape, sometimes the boats would be stranded because Cape Town had some stormy weather, and it was initially called the Cape of Storms. And then these people would be left on the shores, and that is how they were captured. And some of them were brought, or some of them were just when the boats docked at Cape Town Harbor, they would unload them and they would sell them to some of the settlers which had farms. And some of the settlers came from the Netherlands, or they were called Dutch. And this is how we cover slavery. When we talk about colonialism in the book, South Africa had two colonial authorities, the one being first the Dutch, and then thereafter the British. And then when the minerals was basically found, we basically had the Dutch again fighting with and eventually the Dutch and the British had some sort of an agreement, and South Africa remained under colonial authority of the Dutch, but still with it influenced by the British. So these are the kinds of stories that we relay. And then obviously apartheid. Apartheid, I thought I needed to basically relay my lived experience and that of my families, my community, and our society, and what that meant for us, and how that influenced and basically impacted on our lives. It was a brutal system. Although people said we must now move on and forgive, we should not forget, because some of the things that were done have not really been completely dealt with, despite the fact that we in South Africa had what we call a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. But the one flaw in that commission were people that committed atrocities under apartheid. The platform was created where they had to come forward and present. They weren't summoned. They were basically voluntary request, and it was done under the chairpersonship of Archbishop Desmond Tutu. But in later years, there was criticism, especially from the majority community, to say it didn't go far enough, because a lot of the perpetrators of the violent atrocities that was committed under apartheid has never been brought to book. And some of them have moved on into cozy jobs, and some of them have passed on without actually relating what the atrocities were. Sorry. And I said to myself that we need to write our own stories. I think it was Chinua Achebe who said, that said, until the lions write their own stories, the history of the hunt will always favor the hunter. Obviously, meaning if we don't write ourselves, somebody else will write for us. And that somebody else will probably write it from his perspective and context. And if it is somebody that comes from the continued or the community that still basically is rewarded from the system of a past beneficiation, that person will basically sanitize your version, and that person will basically make that story more palatable for you. So many times our people have been loath. Our people have basically been hesitant to write these stories. There are obviously a lot of gatekeepers. There are obviously a lot of impediments in your way. But nevertheless, you must just persevere and continue writing your own story. And it can also be done through film, our stories, our writings, nowadays social media. There are many platforms that we can use, books, articles, and more. Or we can basically establish societies and organizations that focus on the issues which are experienced by different groups, communities, etc. Or we can even lobby those in authority. And then I decided to follow my own advice and basically wrote the book My Apartheid Diary in 2020, as I alluded earlier, to depict our lived experiences under apartheid. But unfortunately, COVID had an impact on it, and it had to be held back for some time, because obviously you all know we couldn't have any personal interaction with anybody outside your family per se. So what happened was that I just persevered, and thanks to the Almighty, it has been quite fairly successful. I've sold quite a number of, and it's mostly at the one outlet only that I supply. It's called the District 6 Museum. And this museum basically talks about District 6. It was a estate in the heart of Cape Town, and it is internationally known, where the majority of Cape Towns living in the center of Cape Town was basically uprooted. And those people were majority people of color. And it is still a scar and a site at the foot of Table Mountain being another wonder of the world. And it is still something which have not been redeemed. People have not been allowed, because the whole neighborhood was flattened. And then obviously, I found this regular distributor, which was the museum. So basically, just a short synopsis of the one book. This is what the book looks like. On the picture of that book, you will also find that there's a picture of what we call forced removals. But even before I get to that, I just need to basically say what apartheid basically was about. Apartheid, in the book I cover, apartheid is basically a system that was based on race. And basically the system on race basically depicted the 4 different races in South Africa. They were categorized into white people at the top, black people, which included African, indigenous people, as well as so-called people of mixed race, and people that were regarded as Indian and Asian. Those were the 4. The white people basically had all the benefits. And how was it done? In the book I relate, it was done through legislation. It was done through a political system. And sometimes it might sound farcical when you relate to people, but different legislation were enacted by the apartheid government. And the first piece of legislation was called the Group Areas Act, dividing the population into different races. Then there was also the act called the Separate Amenities Act, and this might sound laughable and farcical, but everything in South Africa, all amenities was basically separated. Our housing areas, there was a housing area for white people, there was a housing area for Indian people, there was a housing area for colored people, mixed race people, and there was one for African. A white person could not live in any of that, nor can a person of those races reside in a white area. Colored people could not reside in an Indian area. Indian people could not reside in a black African area. There were total separation. And if you basically transgressed and you entered those areas, you could be arrested and you would be deemed somebody with a criminal record. And that, unfortunately, was what the Group Areas Act basically did to us. The Separate Amenities Act. Then there was also what we call the Mixed Marriages Act. The Mixed Marriages Act basically said that you cannot marry somebody from another race. It would be deemed a crime and it would be deemed criminal. You couldn't, for instance, play sport with another race. That would be deemed a crime and you would be deemed a criminal. And I can go on, and it, like I said, it might sound farcical. And on the picture of the book, you will find there's a bulldozer bulldozing some houses. And what that translates into is the Group Areas Act was the one which did forced removals. So in my family, we lived in the center of town. And in 1965, the authorities came, delivered a letter to the people of the town, telling them this area has now been declared a white area, which means that you all have to pack up and leave. while it was done maybe a year ahead, giving them letters to remove themselves from the CBD, people obviously had nowhere else to go, so they had to wait. But what the government of apartheid did, they created what is today called townships and locations. And these townships and locations were basically settlements. It was barracks. It was regimented houses standing next to each other. And on one specific day, the bulldozers just moved in, took people's belongings out, and told them you have now to move to the townships or to the locations. People had no right of recourse. They couldn't take the government to court because the government was the one that made the laws and they transgressed the laws. And although people might have lived there for 3-4 generations, they were forcibly removed and they were basically dumped in an area which was underdeveloped. And then when I mentioned earlier on where I said that the white population group sits with 76% of the wealth and the legacy of apartheid still is with us, it was as a result of all of these things. That people, a lot of old people who have lived there for 70, 80 years, they were basically heartbroken. Some of them died from old age, but many also died from a broken heart because of this forced removal and uprootment. And there was very little that they could do to this powerful security machinery of the apartheid order. And I've neglected, obviously, to put some pictures in. I think I maybe have the wrong presentation slides, but nevertheless, I'll just allude to that. The apartheid order was brutal. It basically didn't allow any resistance, protest, marches. And if anybody would probably try to basically protest or do something, you'd easily be picked up in the middle of the night. There were laws that were called the 30-day detention, 60-day detention, and 90-day detention, and you could be held there, never to be heard of again. So people were basically subjugated, they were coerced, they were brutally suppressed. And many times I believe that the full story of the apartheid order, despite the fact that we have now moved on and tried to reconcile, we should not forget our past, because the past basically informs our present and it will continue to influence our future. And this is the life that we lived under apartheid. But not only was apartheid basically allowing for you, dictating where you can go to school, once again, just like the neighborhoods that were based on race, the schools were also based on race. You had schools for African black pupils, which basically was subsidized to a minimal by government. Why did government do that? Government did that to ensure a steady stream of uneducated, illiterate labor that could do the menial work. The colored population basically were also deprived, despite them having a little bit more resources than the black population and the Indian population. So what the government did is they did a system of subjugation on the basis of different degree, so that the colored would say, I'm a little bit better off than the black, and the Indian would say, I'm a little bit better off than the colored, but without taking notice that the white is the getting the most benefits. Then also everything was basically divided on race, even sport. And there are so many stories on sport, and that is my next book, which I basically will probably publish by the end of the year, that having been involved myself in sport for a while, having played this game as well, which might not be internationally renowned throughout all the countries of the world, but a great number, because this is part of the colonial legacy of South Africa, that the sports we play are all part of the sports that was brought here by the British occupation or the British colonialists. So it's a rugby, cricket, football, or soccer. These are the kinds of sports that South Africa practice. But when we talk about rugby, there was a great number of people from the disadvantaged community that played the sport and sacrificed a lot, but their stories are not being related. And their stories are captured in this book, where I basically interviewed 45 of these former sports stars, and where the stories are basically encapsulated in a socio-political and economic context. And the stories basically centers around how apartheid basically influenced their lives, how it took off their talents, how it took off their capacities, and how they were basically ignored to present South Africa on a global stage. And maybe in India people will know our cricket players, but the very cricket players of other races, such as JP Dumini, Vernon Philander, Kagiso Rabada, Lungin Gidi, Hasim Amla, all of these players, despite now showing to the international platforms their undoubted talents, they would never have had an opportunity to represent their country had apartheid still be around. So there were a number of benefits that the new order, the democratic order that was brought to South Africa in 1994, has basically allowed us to do. We can now go to any school, we can go to any university, we can go to any clinic, to any hospital, we can visit any beach, or we can visit the beaches were even segregated. So all of these have now changed. But what has not changed is that we have not leveled the playing fields. We have not sufficiently and succinctly addressed or redressed the past. The past is still very much with us. And in many people's eyes, government is not playing its full role. But obviously, sometimes it's easy for us as outsiders to say that. But their hands are tied. They are not working in isolation. They are working in a global order, and doing anything internally will obviously project externally, and people will basically reinterpret that in another guise to say that the white people are now being oppressed. And what we found in the farmers, or some of the farmers, they are not all farmers, but that little 49 people that left for America, they went there complaining how they were being subjected to oppression here in South Africa, which was quite laughable. But nevertheless, President Trump welcomed them with open arms. I'm not going to delve into that, but just to say that there's still much work to be done. The example that I use is just to say that government is under pressure internally, but just as much as externally. So much needs to be done. South Africa is not where it should be and where it needs to be. Redress needs to emanate. Better distribution of the natural wealth of the country needs to emanate. And I think we basically also, we did well, but we are racing against time and frustration, and the legacy of the past is basically going to catch up with us. So we have to basically use undue speed. That basically is my presentation. And I want to once again thank you for listening so diligently, and for the opportunity once again that you have afforded me to do my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Siddiq Rambi, for a wonderful presentation, and thank you, thank you for accepting this invitation and coming all the way and presenting it. And I could see the kind of work that you have done to make these things very much well organized. It was with a great interest that I've been watching you. Uh, the work that you're referring to that has been taken for a serious study in our university, two, three scholars actually working on that particular writing. I'm just exploring the possibility of introducing lived experiences, how lived experiences actually uh, getting translated into our classes. We need to go beyond the theories because theories are not enough to understand the pain and the suffering that has been inflicted upon us. So we got to go beyond the theories to post theory to understand this reality of existence. How do you react to it, sir, please? Sir, you was please
Yeah,
unmute.
sorry. Yeah. Um, Firstly, I'm honored that that some of your students have seen any value in the publication, and thanks to you as well for that in your institution. But I think you alluded correctly. I think it is easy for us to continuously say to analyze where the problems stem from. But I think it is also necessary for those that have experienced and whose lives continue to be influenced by that to basically allow for that theoretical context and perspective to get some legs. And what I mean, get some legs, it needs to be a personal rendition of how that context and how that framework basically impacted on the lives and how that continue to impact and how that relates to modern times. Through that, it can be a learning exercise. That's why I said, for instance, that the legacy of the past basically informs our present. In South Africa, I mentioned about the distribution of wealth. It is still very much prevalent, and it will continue to influence our future as a country and as a society. And if we don't learn from the lived experiences of the individuals and the communities that have basically, and the one thing that I constantly like as a refrain, somebody that has not actually experienced or influenced that system cannot sit in judgment of the experiences of somebody else. And that's why sometimes we have narrators, we have writers that basically talks about the experiences of others. We should talk about our own experiences, and that is what I would use as an answer for post theory. We must move beyond that.
Do you mean to do you suggest that nothing about us without us?
Exactly. Yeah. And the ex
Did you,
and the quotation which I used, and I like to use that as well. Chinua Achebe is an African writer, sociologist, where he says, until the lions write their own stories, the hunt will continue to basically credit the hunter, because the hunter writes the story. The lion must write the story too, and we are the lions. We are being hunted by the hunters, and we need to write it ourselves.
yeah, one more reflection, sir. So, Truth and
Yes.
Reconciliation Commission that has been established soon after apartheid came to an end in South Africa recorded the witness statements, testimonials from several sources and several people. I understand that many people subjugated to this kind of suffering, they couldn't stand up before the commission to the witnesses, I know. And were very few people, in absence of many, very few people came and stood before the commission to bear the witnesses. And those witnesses recorded becoming a part of culture memory. That's one thing. There are several cases wherein such reporting did not take place. Because the person who experienced that suffering, he has no language, he has no vocabulary. Because the language is actually a colonial legacy, because it's difficult to formulate what happened to me and present it to you. So now That particular report running into thousands of pages, becoming raw materials for several writers. So I want you to please check and then let me know how far such reportings close to truth. Are they actually really truth reports, or are there lots of fictions getting into that? What's your reflection on it from your own perspective, sir?
I think I'll touch on the last point first when you talk about language. And I always use the context of language is a most disempowering tool. And you are correct, where people cannot basically um, verbalize their suffering. They cannot possibly verbalize their understanding of what transpired to them. And then also, sometimes the language are being laundered, the language are being sanitized. And that's why I said we need to write our own stories so that we can basically say it as it has happened to, as it occurred to us. Instead of a narrator saying, no, I should rather use that. That's why language is the most disempowering tool. A person would like to project his full experience, but he doesn't have the words. But academics and intellectuals like us that have family and friends, or who have personally experienced this, we should do it ourselves. And it has taken me long to come to that realization, because I always had this in the back of my mind. And maybe it was a cultural context as well. Are people going to read? Are they going to be benefit? Is it going to be valuable before I started to write? And I think despite the fact that sometimes we might not have the terminologies and the language to say what we want to say, we should continue at it. And we should bounce it off our peers. And our peers should be able to assist in that respect. Coming back to your first context about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, what I found, the one weakness that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission had was that the principle of volunteerism, that those perpetrators that did vile deeds, that they voluntarily come to the commission and present what they have done. Now, where in the world would you find that somebody? But I think it was a lot to do with the Mandela-esque culture at the time, that we must reconcile. And if you look at what it says, truth and reconciliation, it's mostly about reconciliation. Let's forget the past. Let's move on into a new. But you cannot move on until you have dealt with your past. And the past is still lingering with us. And
I think we have lost him. What happened? Please turn on your microphone and respond, please. Is he online? Organizers, please turn on your microphone and it back.
He will come back. Issue, sir. He will come back in a few minutes.
I request the teachers and students to get ready with your questions. Okay, once he comes back, and we will open up our question answer session with the teachers and students. That will be of great benefit to the participants. Well, I'll take this question in the meantime. I think Mr. Siddiq Romi will be joining us shortly. I'll take this question. Language, an important tool that has been used to communicate. We use it to communicate. We all use languages the same way, but uh, language in different manner. Moreover, a few could not use it effectively. Is that the question? Okay. So actually, language is a structure, the structure that has been inbuilt in us. We get this structure because of our prolonged experiences interacting with the different contexts and situations. We develop the structures. So the structures inbuilt in our mind provide us with the possibilities of communication. Imagine if people do not get this kind of exposure to different experiences, if there is a kind of fossilization, that such people would not be able to formulate ideas and speak up. See, in other words, I would say there are structures in your mind which will be permitting you to articulate. If you are limited by your structure, you are limited not only in terms of your communication, but also limited in terms of understanding others' experiences. You see this? Normally we think when I'm limited by my language, I'm limited in terms of my communication. But I'm saying it's we are not just limited in terms of our communication alone, we are severely limited in terms of understanding others' experiences. So if you look at subaltern uh, context, you find this kind of damage. Yeah, he's back now. Mr. Siddiq.
I'm
So
so
I think we
sorry
have
about
lost you
that.
for
I
some
don't
time.
know what transpired there. It just cut out. Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I
Yeah.
just because I was trying to answer one question. It's okay. So now I'm trying to get back to you, sir. See, I find in your writing, when I get close reading to what you've written, the first book, my Apathy Diary, a kind of tension I find in that writing. That tension is there is a pull towards past and locating you within the past, and you try to look at the world from your past experiences. There is a kind of schema that has been constructed in your mind through which you see the realities of the world. That's one thing. The second level is, but you got to move forward. There is a hope which is attracting you. So I find you're not being able to reconcile between these two, whether to get myself stuck in the past. Do I need to look at future from my experiences and understanding of the past, or do I need to shed off this luggage, throw it off, unburden on myself, and then move towards future? How are you going to actually resolve this conflict and contradiction?
Like I said earlier on, that you cannot deal with your future if you don't learn from your past. And we have not sufficiently in South Africa allowed each other to cross the cultural, the racial, the political, and the social divide. And this is being influenced by many factors and facets, politically, socially, and academically. We still find that there are gatekeepers in certain facets of society. And for people that are, it is only for us, it's already, I wouldn't say too late, but we are getting on in years. But it's also important for those that come after us, the generations, to fully understand why they continue to live in townships. How did it come that they are living in locations? Why are there still neighborhoods which are still certain race groups? That has not broken down. That's why I constantly say the legacy of the past has not been addressed. So this book is basically, so if I say the legacy of the past have not been addressed, then those that are basically in the position to change that narrative, they must also understand what I'm talking about. If there's nothing in literature which basically indicates what I'm talking about, and that is why I wrote the book, because I think you must also understand the education system of the past did not basically include our writings. It was only after 92 when we started to get it, and it is not being done sufficiently enough. So it is not that I want to harp on the past, but I want those to understand who do not know our past to give them an understanding, and also for the generations to come to understand why this legacy that they live under continues unabated. So you can
Do you
only
agree that,
move
yeah,
on if you have addressed your past. And I don't think, and not only me, the people that I've interviewed, they will tell you there's not been recognition given for the past, the past transgressions and atrocities. And I mean the TRC is a streaming example of that. The platform was created, people needed to come voluntarily, they didn't.
yeah, tip of the iceberg it is. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but let's just see at the same time, I'd like to know from you, are you going to revisit the past? Is it a kind of revisionist understanding of history, or are you going to reinterpret the past? Because you have to do it somehow or other to move towards the future, which is more promising.
Yeah. Yeah, no, exactly what you're saying. And I mean, if you look at the book, there's been ample opportunity since 94, and we were already in 2000. We went to 2010, and very little was done to basically rectify that past. And that's why you see, I started around 2011, where I said to myself that those whom we put the faith into to lead us into a new world has actually, I won't say disappointed, but have not done enough. And if we're not going to do it, we are going to labor, to continue to labor under our past. Despite the fact that we're moving to the present, I mean, if you look at our country on sports level, we are moving, but there are still remnants of the past that we have to deal with. And like I said, that legacy still remains with us. And you can only, like you say, you can only move forward if those that perpetrated atone for what they have done. And if it is not in their will, if it is not in their character to want to change, they will continue to be stuck in the past as well. Right? We're still, and you hear it many times in South Africa. People say the good old days. What is the good old days? The good old days, they still harping to the system of racism and oppression per se. You know, if you basically interpret it in that way. So
Beautifully
it's not
put.
that
Yeah,
I'm stuck. It's not that I'm stuck in the past, but for those that do not understand where we come from, it is important to basically verbalize it to them in writing.
right. Now, I just open this floor for discussions, please. Questions from teachers and students and scholars who are watching this program, please. Do you have any questions from student side?
Yes, sir. Students are waiting to ask you questions.
Please, go ahead.
Shall I start?
Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah. So
Okay.
students, yeah, students want to ask some questions, please.
Yeah, yes.
Please do. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, sir. Here our students are ready to ask the questions.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
Sir, can you tell us the role of women writers in African literature?
I think in South Africa, women have been the most oppressed, especially black women. They were oppressed because of their color or their race. They were oppressed because of their gender, and they were oppressed because of if they were disabled. I mean, then you were basically outside the mainstream of the public. When the new South Africa came into being, it was a concerted effort by the new government to elevate the role of women in society. Whereas under the old system, a woman was always on the arm of a man. In the workplace, a woman was the one that was cleaning, making the tea, or the secretary at most. In government, it was a male orientated. I'm coming to the literature, obviously. I'm just trying to sketch the role, and you ask in Africa. I'm trying to sketch it for my country first. And in South Africa, it was a political imperative that 50% of representation in government or in government institution should be for women. If corporates and business wanted a contracts. So what I'm trying to convey here is that the role of women have been drastically elevated. The only thing that we did not have yet is a woman president, but we've got women ministers, we've got women mayors, we've got women premiers, we've got women running big state-owned enterprises, financial institution, banking, etc., etc. So similarly, women in South Africa has been elevated not only in industry and in corporate, but on all levels. Whereas you never found a woman that was a head of a university or a school or institution of education, it is now an accepted norm. And I think that's one of the successes, and even literature, education, you can go through any field in South Africa because it is a requirement in South Africa, government legislation, that women must get better opportunities which have been denied them in the past. So that is how government has assisted. When we come to literature, I mean, I don't have all the names with me, but there have been some great writers that we found in South Africa, and continue to be right through Africa. But obviously, I cannot compare the rest of Africa with the role of women that we had in South Africa. But it also has a historical context that women played a significant role in our struggle towards emancipation. Nelson Mandela, our former president, when he was in jail, his wife, Winnie Madikizela Mandela, took up the cudgels, and she led the struggle for a number of decades. And she was the strength, the spine eventually of the anti-apartheid struggle in the country. So not only in literature, but throughout South African society, the role of women have been elevated. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, sir.
Pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call Mohammed Abida from Second M English to ask the question.
Good afternoon, sir. My question is, how can literature help heal African communities after violence and conflict?
Like I said earlier on in my presentation, that words, literature, have meaning and they have connotation. And literature is one of the instruments in our country which we have used. When oppression was at its most severe, we used literature to convey to people the thoughts of the liberation struggle, the thoughts and ideas of the anti-apartheid movements, and the thoughts and ideas and connotations to society at large. And women played a pivotal role in that respect. So we can use literature in many respects, in struggles that we have in our daily lives. And as I said earlier to Dr. Ansari, that literature can be a disempowering tool. If you don't have the words, if you don't have the connotation, if you don't have the literature to basically express yourself, you become frustrated and you basically start to become aggressive. And that I have found in my work environment many times when I work with different levels of society, where we have the menial workers. They would like to express themselves, but they don't have the vocabulary to express themselves. And that is where we needs to become the conduit. We need to be the instruments for our society, which are not educated, that might be less literate than us, that we basically imbibe literature into them. And even at a young age, for children to start reading. And I think that is how you can use literature as a powerful tool to basically uplift your society and your community.
Thank you, sir.
Pleasure.
Next, Celestia from second M English.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, is there any changes in African literature after post-colonial period?
Yeah, obviously, after colonialism, the system of neo-colonialism, which is a new form of colonialism, whereas the previous colonialist system was basically coercive. It subjugated people on all levels, and literature was not going. You had to do it in a clandestine way. You have to basically use it. In South Africa, for instance, I can speak for South Africa. We had what we call banned literature. We had an institution which looked at literature, and they banned it if they deemed it to be too progressive or it criticized the government, right? So what I'm trying to convey here is that literature is a powerful tool of the marginalized and the oppressed. And when I talk about the marginalized and the oppressed, it can be on different levels. It can be on a race, it can be on gender, and it can be on any other level where people feel themselves to be marginalized. It can be your thoughts and your ideas. And I think that is why I wrote, because I have found that I can sit whole day on platforms such as this. I can sit at family gatherings and I can reminisce about comparing yesteryear to today. But it will die with me. Generations that come after me won't have that opportunity to understand where we come from and why we are where we are today. And younger generations will probably say, what did the older generations do? But through literature, it can be the instrument to convey and contextualize to them why they are where they are.
Thank you, sir.
Pleasure.
Next, I would like to call Nusaiba from second M English.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I have a question that how does South African literature reflects the struggles and hopes of its people?
Thank you for that very good question. South African literature have always actually been used to tell our stories, but not sufficiently enough. Obviously, because of what I mentioned to the previous question there, where a lot of our works were banished or banned rather. And if you were caught in possession of a banned book or literature or even music, then you would be jailed. And I'm specifically looking here at some of the music of Bob Marley. I don't know if you know Bob Marley, but he used to sing a lot about oppression and subjugation. And there were songs which he made about South Africa as well. These were all banned. And if somebody found you in possession of that, you would probably face a banning. After 94, all of that changed, and people were more free and at liberty to write what they. So literature has always played a significant role. There were non-government organizations, there were extra-parliamentary organizations, there were progressive movements outside of the country, which basically smuggled literature into the communities. And there's a lot of them were closed down, but they just rose up in another guise. So if the government closed it, there was one newspaper called The South, which basically relayed what was happening in our communities and about the struggle. So government would pounce on them, close them down, and tomorrow they would sprout up in another guise. They'd come not as the South anymore, but they would probably come as the New Citizen, and they will continue their work. So literature has always played a significant role in our on our path to ridding ourselves of the yoke of apartheid and colonialism, and it continues today.
Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call JL from First MA English.
Good afternoon, sir.
Just 1 minute, please. One note to the organizers: there are lots of questions in the chat box. Kindly address those questions too, please.
Sure, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. My question is, what can be done to eradicate racism?
That's a very good question. Thank you for that one. Obviously, racism is a form of discrimination based on the color of a person's skin. Now, racism can obviously be conscious or it can be unconscious. And what can you do to eradicate racism? Racism is something that comes from different facets of your socialization, how you've been brought up. So if you come from a home where racism is freely being discussed or it is practiced, where the parents would tell the children, don't go play with those people over there because they are not from our race, then the child will learn not to play with children. When you go to school and you go to a specific school where only a certain race is present, it will inform and imbibe you in certain values. When you go to a university or your peer group, your friends, and you only have people from a specific race group, that will further inform and embed your racism, right, which you have learned from home. So to answer your question, how do we eradicate? It starts with birth. Because if you have children, they don't care what race, religion, or nationality or gender. They will play with each other. But it comes through the process of socialization. It starts at home. So for us to eradicate racism, we need to basically imbibe the values in our children not to be racist. And we as South African, we were under a political system that was based on race. And that is why we are so, some people would say, obsessed with it. But we can easily see the signs of racism. And racism, like I said, can sometimes be unconscious, but it can also be conscious. That's why we have what we call overt racism and we have covert racism. Overt racism, where I'm basically saying to you, I don't mix with your kind of people because you are black or whatever. But covert is where it is basically hidden. All my actions shows racism, although I don't declare it. I just don't greet you. I don't mix with you. And when you come to in a conversation, I just walk away. That's racism based on the color of a person's skin. To eradicate it, it is a process, and it will always be present with us because it is basically continued. And I think Dr. Ansari gave me two good words. It is the percepticide and perspecticide. That is being further embedded by the media. Because when the media portrays that the person that is black, that the person that comes from Africa, from the Middle East is always the villain, and the person that comes from the West, a European, is always the hero. That continues that process of racism. So racism is a multi-pronged web that runs through society. And how do we eradicate it? It can be done through the politicians. They can enact legislation to say that if you, and in South Africa there are currently such legislation, that if you basically make yourself guilty, you can be imprisoned, you can be fined, and you can be imprisoned. And that has helped people to subdue, although it hasn't been eradicated, because it sometimes comes up. And it is important that children that have been born after 94, that are now 20 years old, that should not be racist, they still continue to make racist remarks. So where did it come from? It come from home, come from the school, it come from the neighborhood. And I would say that to eradicate it, it's a total, it's basically a process where we basically need to link with others from different facets of society, but it is also the government that also needs to play a role. I hope that answers the question. I know it's a long-winded question, but I mean, this is one of my areas which I focus on as a facilitator or a presenter, is racism in the workplace. Yeah. So
Thank you,
thank you for
sir.
that question.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, here's a question from our participants.
Still on mute.
Sorry, sir, for the inconvenience.
No
Here's
problem.
the
No
question
problem.
from one of our participants, Lily Bloom. She asked, though we the people of from Asia produce enormous amount of literature, especially of good quality, still the works of European writers gain more attention and gets glorified. Also, the young readers lean towards Western fiction and idealize the kind of lifestyle and perspective. Doesn't this actually state of that we still are mentally colonized, sir?
Yeah. Now, once again, a good question, because it remember what I said earlier on that polarization, the global south and the global north, that the global north is superior and the global south is inferior. So basically, you categorize the global south, and which Asia is part of, that we don't look at. But if you look at the history of Asia, if you look at the history of the Middle East and the subcontinent, and you look at the literature and you look at all facets of society, basically, you will find that they have been before colonialism, they have been streets ahead of Europe, and there are many evidence to show that when the colonizers came to Asia, they found a modern, advanced societies, and they were so advanced in terms of food, they were so advanced in terms of the different instruments they used, etc. So a lot of the instruments have been taken to the West and to Europe and been seen as their inventions. I mean, if you look at the Middle East, Al-Khwarizmi, who was basically the founder of algebra, but we don't hear that. It has been, and to answer the question, our literature has been subdued, it has been given a lower ranking, despite the fact that a lot of the inventions, a lot of the literature has actually been way ahead, far ahead. So once again, it is a deliberate attempt to subjugate that from Asia and the global south to an inferiority perspective. And that is why. So what is the solution? That's the analyzation. But what is the solution? The solution is we must do it ourselves. We should not continue to say, we already being regarded, we need aid, we need to be looked after, patronizing us, paternalism. You are not there yet. We are the little child that needs to be led. No, we should be bold and we should be strong to say we're writing our own stories. And I mean, if I look at Asia and I look at the continent, how many millions of billions of people reside there? We must do that ourselves until such time when they start to realize millions and billions of people are reading our literature. Only then. But we mustn't sit back and point a finger and say, why do they get all the... Because they've got all the means. They've got the media, the mainstream media, everything at their disposal. We must create our own. And only then we will be regarded on parity with them. So it is not, we should not be vindicated. They should not validate us. We should validate ourselves.
So the next question from Blossom Birds. Language is an important tool used in communicate. Everyone uses the same language in a different manner. Moreover, few could not use it effectively. Could you explain the differences, sir?
Once again, in South Africa, for instance, there is a new awakening when it comes to literature. That people that are not necessarily, they have the stories, but they don't have the language. They might not have the educational background to write their stories, but it is an accepted fact now that you write your story in your own language and how you would like to. Because in South Africa, language was also used as a tool to subjugate people. Now we've got a language that was derived from Dutch. It's called Afrikaans. And the authorities or the government of the day under apartheid, they used that to basically say, if you don't, what they call standard Afrikaans, if you don't talk this Afrikaans, it is of no good. That has completely been turned on its head. So if you want to speak the language with the people on the street speak, you write your book, because there is a big market out there for that language as well. So we shouldn't shy away for writing our language in a standard language. We should write our stories in our understanding, because that's the best way for us to bring it to the fore.
Next, first time English would like to ask the questions.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
What is your opinion about politicians being racist?
Yeah, that's a good question. You know, politicians, and even in our country, use race as a tool to get themselves in office. And the sooner, and the debate in South Africa is open now. Whereas politicians are under a microscope, where they are being watched for any transgression in relation to race. We currently have a politician who's under scrutiny for something which is said in 2015. So I don't know, India must also have legislation or enact legislation to say that, you know, when politicians transgress and use race as an instrument to basically divide society, then it should be labeled a crime. So irrespective if you're a member of society or a community, it also applies to politicians, like I mentioned earlier. We have legislation which basically, if you verbally abuse people racially, it's a crime. You can be fined or you can be sent to jail, and it equally applies to everybody.
I think we have time for only one last question, please. I think we are holding Mr. Siddiq Rabi for a long time. Thank you for bearing with us, sir. This is the last question, please. We don't mind.
No problem.
One last question, please. Yeah.
Sir, again, the Blossom Birds ask, in an age of globalization, are women still thrice colonized, or has a fourth colonization emerged? That global media and consumer culture shaping women's identity.
Yeah, I think women are still being colonized, and it doesn't necessarily mean just because a woman is in a position that she is not colonized, because the face of a woman in a powerful position does not necessarily dictates that she's doing her own thing. She's still probably beholden to a certain agenda. And I mean, it is very blatant if you look at some of the international institutions like the UN, where you have ambassadors that are women and that talk on behalf of a specific country. If you have, for instance, women that is leading an EU delegation. So it is not only in the global south that this emanates, but it is also in the global north, where women are still colonized in the sense that they are beholden to the agenda of those who pull the strings behind. And I will agree that the consumer culture is shaping women's identities, and it is something that has not started only now, but it is something that has come over many centuries. And in South Africa, there's a saying that a woman's position in the old South Africa, a woman's position is barefoot in the kitchen making food. And that has completely been broken down. That women in South Africa at the moment are in powerful positions, like I said earlier. We have ambassadors that are women. We have analysts which are women, and which was something which was unheard of a mere 20, 30 years ago. So yes, I agree, women are still colonized by agendas of powerful elites. And I mentioned it earlier in part of my presentation, powerful elites. And the powerful elites are usually those sitting at the levels of the economy. And they are the captains of industry. And that, unfortunately, is something that will eventually have to be it has to be broken up. But I would say that consumer culture is still shaping women's identities, but that does not detract from the fact that women can be powerful enough, women can have their own identity and ensure that they are not taken in by consumer culture. I mean, look at what's happening around the world nowadays, is where we found that designer items that cost thousands and thousands of rands have now been shown to be facetious. Is being made for a pittance in Asia and China, and it is not necessary. I mean, if I look at yourselves, um, your attire that you wear is basically part of your culture. So you are basically determining your own culture and making sure that people would immediately see this is who you are, where you come from. So I'm always probably in admiration of people from this Indian subcontinent. They can go, whether they go to Africa, whether they go to Asia, whether in Asia, whether in Europe, they still wear the attire of from where they come from. And this sometimes becomes a threat, in inverted commas, to people in those societies in Europe and in the West, where they basically say you have to assimilate. We don't need to assimilate, we must integrate. Take us for who we are and don't identify us as the other. We are not the other. We are all humanity. Different races, different cultures, different genders, different religions, and that makes us stronger. Differences doesn't necessarily makes us weaker. It is just different. It's not better, it's not worse. It's just different.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for this engaging session. As we move towards the end of our session, today we witnessed an information symbol that will undoubtedly value to each of our professional and personal lives. Great moments are born from great appreciation. I would like to call Mr. Sindhujo, Assistant Professor of English, to deliver the vote of thanks.
I feel immense pleasure in proposing the vote of thanks. First, I thank the Almighty for being blessed with the gift of intelligence and knowledge and being in the midst of scholars. Secondly, I am honored to thank our respected chairman for providing us a wonderful platform and opportunities without which this conference would always be a dream. Next, I thank our secretary, Dr. Narayana Rajan sir, for his guidance and motivation. Next, I would like to thank our beloved principal madam, Dr. M. Jhansi Rani, for being the backbone and her constant support make us to achieve to go on a long way. Next, I am deeply indebted to our resource person, Dr. Tamimul Ansari sir, for his inspiring speech on Global South, which rejects the old binaries of West-East and how this transition help others to move from cultural and traditional themes to global modernities. Next, I am honored to thank our keynote speaker, Mr. Sadi Crombie, an alumnus, University of Western Cape, writer and author of My Apartheid Diary. The untold stories will remain untold unless our research community has started research on the way you people have suffered. Our researcher will surely take this into different level of African American literature. Thank you, sir. Next, I am honored to thank our chairpersons, Dr. Vasigi Madam, Associate Professor, Department of English, MS University. Next, Dr. Kavita, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Aditanar College of Arts and Science, Tiruchendur. Then Dr. Kausalya Madam, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Vavu Vajiga Women's College, Koilpatnam. Next, Dr. Venkat Subramanian, Principal, Loba Metric Higher Secondary School, ARL, for chairing our presentation session and make the discussion lively and informative. Next, I am pleased to thank our lovable HOD and the conveners of this program, my department colleagues, for their strenuous effort to make this conference a successful one. Next, I thank all our scholars and participants of different colleges and universities as their thoughts and ideas on our themes explored many unexplored areas. Last but not least, I thank our student participants by whom I believe the conference is always a memorable and our students have a lot of takeaway from the conference with which would be a landmark in their research work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Both the lecture
Thank
of
you.
Dr. Ansari sir in the morning and Mr. Siddiq Krambi sir in the afternoon were really intellectual feast for us, sir. Thank you for sparing your valuable time with us, sir. Single thanks is not enough for both of you because you have done a lot of things. It is a great help for us. A new plan we have in our mind. It has created many other ideas in our mind. This international seminar has started. We can have the offline international seminar also. That's the inspiration we have got from this seminar, this international conference. And not only that, we got many ideas about the north and south and the conflict and how we can end such conflicts only through researchers and by writing. With the help of the ideas of both of you, we have gained many things, sir. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Crombie, for being with us, assisting us, helping us, in our academic journey, and we truly appreciate all the inputs that you have given, the efforts that you have taken. Because all time, whenever I invite you for any presentations, you'd be willing to help me out with this. Thanks a lot. Thank you from my side, sir.
I
You'll
think
continue
just
to be
from
an
my side,
association.
yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ansari, and to the rest of the platform. I just want to take the opportunity to thank you for affording me this platform, and I hope that I have indicated the confidence that you have instilled in me, and it has been an absolute pleasure. And I also am honored and grateful for that which you have extended to me through the invitation. I hope everything goes well in your future endeavors, and I also hope that everything goes well for the rest of the academic year. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, sir. Thank you. See you all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Dear participants, a feedback link has posted in the comment box. Please do fill it. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Dear participants, feedback link will be posted in the YouTube chat box. It will be available only for 30 minutes. Thank you so much.